Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I discuss and debate and teach people about Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It's good to see such a large number of people already here. We already got 7 people showing up at the live stream. That's a great way to start. So thanks everyone for coming by today. It's 11:30 a.m. Pacific time on Tuesday, October 28th. 2025. All right, well, it's been about 5 days since my last live stream, and I'm glad to be back streaming again. I don't know what topics are going to come up today, but on this show, you all get to help shape that. So I invite any of my listeners who want to learn more about Ayn Rand, discuss her, debate her ideas, to participate in the chat. There's a chat on YouTube, and in the chat, I have also pinned a Zoom link, which you can use to call in to the show. And let's see. So it's a very interactive show, and right now it's a great time for you to jump into the chats because you have no competition. Later in the show, after I get some more chats, it'll be more difficult to keep up with all of them. But right now, you can be the first chatter of the day, and I can start on your topic, whatever you want to raise. Meanwhile, I have a list of some things I could talk about, which I guess I will go to until we start getting some chats. So one thing that happened recently related to Ayn Rand. There was a Ayn Rand themed conference called the Intellectual Spark Conference, which was hosted in Orange County, California. And I attended that conference and I saw several of my chatters. Some of the people who sometimes appear in the chat, like Robert Nacier and Amy Nacier. Actually, they have their own uh, live stream show, 5 Minutes with Robert and Amy Nacier, and they did a live stream from the conference itself. And I was in there a little bit, just in the background mainly. I didn't say much, but I made an appearance in the background, at least, of their show. And I met some other people as well who are sometimes in the chats, like Audrey and Jason. I don't know if I'm missing anyone, but anyways, it was good to meet those people in person. Jonathan Honig, he was another one I saw at the conference. As far as the talks go, one that I liked in particular, there was a talk by Alex Epstein on being an objectivist thought leader, how to do that, and he's had a lot of success with that. And he is actually an inspiration to me in doing what I'm doing. So he's making a living as an intellectual outside of academia, and he started his own think tank. And um, I haven't started my own think tank, um, but I am pursuing a career as a intellectual outside of academia. And so it's good to see someone who's had a lot of success with that. I also saw Leonard Peikoff. He gave a talk there about ragtime music. It's music that was popular, I think, in the late 19th century, early 20th century. And I had known about rag music, but I didn't know as much as like there was his favorite composer, Winifred somebody, I forget her last name. He considers her to be the queen of ragtime. I had only heard about Scott Joplin, who he calls the prince of ragtime. So not quite on the level of Winnie or Winifred. Um, so it was interesting to learn about her. I heard some of her couple samples of her music were played, and maybe I'll check her out more later, and I invite you to check her out. I think you can hear these talks on the Ayn Rand Center UK YouTube channel if you join their highest membership tier. They have something called the Inner Circle, and I'm not sure how much that costs per month, but you can hear the talks through the Ayn Rand Center UK YouTube channel. I hope you're hearing me now. I'm doing a sound test right now, and I'm not sure why I'm not hearing myself. Okay, I figured that out. I was, yeah, I think you should be able to hear me now. So those were a couple of the talks, and I got a photo with Leonard Peikoff. Maybe I'll share that at some point. But those were a couple of the highlights, and I always like just meeting people in person, networking, um, and I got picked up some more subscribers at the conference. A lot of times when people say, so what do you do? And I tell them I run a YouTube channel, and then some of those people will subscribe. So it was good to build my audience. Conferences like this are good for getting new subscribers. So I thought it was worthwhile, and there will be another one next year. I don't know where it will be. It's the details are yet to be announced, but Razi Ginsburg, who is the conference organizer, he says he does plan to do another conference next year. So congrats to them for running their first, I think this is their first in-person conference. All right, so that's one thing that happened since my last stream. Um, what else can I talk about? Do I have any chats yet for today? Let me take a look. I don't see any new chats yet. Let me refresh. For some reason, my screen is doing this weird flash thing right now. Okay. I refreshed. It's not doing that anymore. Thanks for the likes on the stream. I see we got some likes. That'll help push this out in the algorithm. And let me switch over to live chat instead of top chat. Make sure I don't miss anything. Okay. I talked some about the is-ought gap with a chatter last time by the name of Jefferson something. I don't remember his full chat name, but you might remember him if you were there or watched the replay. And he was, so this is a topic we could start on. I could say some things about it because I had some further thoughts after that live stream. I think I might have missed or omitted to mention something important to that topic. So on the there was in the last time live stream I talked about, I guess the ethics of emergencies was the main topic, and like should an egoist save a drowning child? And this is an example which apparently is a classic example that altruists raise, and it came up in an article by Peter Singer, an Australian philosopher, and it's been discussed a lot. And we talked about this example in the last live stream, but there was also some discussion of maybe an adjacent topic of someone just asked, how do you justify egoism? This was the Jefferson person in the chats, and then someone responded to that with, how do you justify altruism? So, the, and you might think that egoism is sort of a default, obvious thing, like a moral framework. Like, of course, you would want to do things that are good for yourself, which is basically what egoism is. Why wouldn't you want to do that? Why would you want to be an altruist and live for the sake of others? It's clear why you want to live for yourself. make your and make your own life go well and pursue your own happiness, why wouldn't you want to do that? So I think maybe part of the answer is to spell out what egoism is. So what does it mean to be an egoist? If it means to pursue your own happiness, then it might seem just self-evident as to why someone would want to do that. Um, just as you might think it's self-evident as why someone might want to pursue pleasure. I think pleasure is a form of happiness. There are different forms of happiness. There's phys sorry, different forms of pleasure. Like there's physical pleasure that you get from eating food, where you make physical contact with something on your taste buds, and it just gives you a good experience, a positive experience. But there's also psychological sorts of pleasure, and that's by that I mean not something where there's like a physical contact made with you, like food on your tongue, but it's just a mental experience you have. Maybe you get some good news. Maybe you're told you ask someone if they will marry you, and they say yes. She or he says yes. That might make you, even if there's no physical contact at that moment, that might make you feel, give you a rush of pleasure. Maybe you would call that a feeling of happiness. So that would be like a psychological kind of pleasure. But I think you might think it's like self-evident as to why you would want some kind of pleasure, whether it's physical or psychological or maybe a mix of both. Why wouldn't you want that? So, um, I was saying some things in this vein um, last time in response to the question of like, how do you bridge the is-ought gap? David Hume is a philosopher who's famous for talking about this, or the fact-value gap. It's sometimes put in terms of facts and values. You can see what is the case, but how do you determine what ought to be the case? Oughts are not just given in nature. And I was trying to argue, well, the fact-value distinction is not as sharp as I think Hume makes it out to be. It's not the case that you can just be aware of facts, but you can't be aware of values, and you have to somehow bridge the gap between them, because I think you can directly be aware of values when you experience pleasure. Like when you taste some good food, it's not just a fact that you're tasting the food. I think you experience it as a good thing. Like if you say this tastes good, right? It's not an inference from some fact. You don't just taste it and then chew it and swallow it, and you have some experience of ises, and then you have to think about, how do I get to that from, how do I get from that experience to concluding that it was a good experience? It's not like a separate step. You just taste the positivity, the goodness, or the positive valence of the experience is it's built into the experience. It's part of it as you're eating the food. You're having a positive experience. So I think you can experience values. Now, if you think I'm thinking of this wrong, I'm open to debating this, but at least the way I think of it right now, it seems like you can experience values directly. So there's not a huge gulf between experience of facts and experience of values. So I made these points last time, but there was another point which I thought of afterwards, which I thought maybe it would have been good to make. And I'm not sure exactly how it integrates with the points I've already made today and last time. But it has to do with the fact of choice. So, and Ayn Rand makes this point in her essay Causality versus Duty. I think that's the one where she says all oughts are conditional. So it's never the case that you simply ought to do something. It's it's only that you ought to do something if you want such and such results. Like if you want to survive, then you ought to eat food. and build shelter, or at least pay for shelter if you don't have it yourself. So there are a million things you ought to do if you want to survive, but you shouldn't, or it's not the case that you ought to do them just full stop as a categorical imperative. It's sometimes put, to use a Kantian term, there are no categorical imperatives, there are only hypothetical imperatives. So um, maybe part of the way to address this claim of how do you get from an is to an ought is that you have to make a choice. In particular, you have to make the choice to live or to be happy. And if you make that choice, if you choose to live and choose to pursue happiness, then you ought to do a million things like eat food, get shelter, get clothing, um, get a career or some kind of productive endeavor to sustain yourself. You should also try to find um, social interactions like friendship and romance. They all are contributory towards a life of happiness. So there are lots of things that you should do if you've made the choice to live or to be happy. So I didn't make that point about choice last time. I just talked about how you can directly experience values, and that's a way of bridging the gap between facts and values. They're not as distinct as you might th think just reading Hume. Um, you, but another way of bridging them is to make this point about choice and how if you've made the choice to live, which is our fundamental choice, or at least one aspect on our fundamental choice, then a bunch of oughts follow. But I think a lot of people will grant this latter point about choice. They'll say, sure, you if you want such and such, then you ought to do such and such means to that end. But why should you want the end? What about the end itself? How do you justify that? How do you justify the primary choice to live or the fundamental choice to live? And that's another whole discussion, which I've thought a fair amount about. I don't know if I've totally worked it out. I don't know that I could give a completely comprehensive answer to that sort of question. How do you justify, or do you even need to justify the primary choice? But maybe that's something we could talk about if you all are interested in it. But I at least wanted to mention this point about choice as one aspect, at least, of how you might think you bridge this gap from is to oughts or from facts to values. All right, let me come back to the chats and see if we have any chats. I see one chat from Frederick, and I noticed that the YouTube name is also still showing instead of the normal screen name. I don't know why it's still doing that. I did that in the last chat. So it has Frederick M. Farias 3109 instead of just Frederick or whatever his normal screen name is. I assume it's not identical to the screen name you see there now. He says, we have the greatest baseball player in history playing for a U.S. team, and our moronic government restricts immigration. Okay. Is this Ohtani, the Japanese player on the Dodgers? I'm guessing that's who you mean. I don't follow baseball closely, but I have seen some clips of him on social media. So, and I haven't seen clips of other people, baseball players, in my social media feed at least. So I'm guessing that's the person you're referring to. Let me share this chat also. I like to share the chat on my screen. Um, Let me just make sure I got the right window. Okay. And let me close a few other extraneous windows while I'm at it. so I don't get myself confused. Okay, now I've got my studio window, my regular YouTube bot page, and my... Oh, actually, I should also bring up my YouTube channel page because sometimes I go to that. Okay, good. See, Greg Lewis is also here in the chat. Hi, Greg. He says it appears YouTube changed it across the board. It is like that on the Capitalist Corner, 5 minutes with Robert and Amy Nacier, and here. Okay. But I think you can change that. Audrey actually figured that out last time. So you can change your at's name, which maybe Greg did because I see there's no numbers after your name this time, like there are for Frederick's. So there's a way to do that. Okay. Oh, why is it okay. Greg just put in 3 exclamation points. I don't know why. And my screen, I was a little high on my screen, so I just adjusted that. My head was going out of the window. Okay, now you should be able to see the chat. And we got a couple other people joining the chat. Hello to you, J Yoss CrossFit. I remember you were here at least once before, and you must have had a different name. See, Greg Lewis used to be Greg Lewis with like two something, two two. I think there were some numbers after his name there. If I click on the this, oh yeah, it's different here too. Yeah, so there is a way to change how your name appears. So Rational 863, that's Florida Nick. So he can change that if he wants. Of course, he doesn't have to, but if this is going to be the permanent way YouTube displays people's names going forward, you can think about whether that's how you want it to display. And you can change that. I don't know how you do it, but there is some way to do it. So hi to Florida Nick and J Yoss CrossFits, as well as Greg and Frederick. So we can talk about immigration some. It is a shame if, well, I guess he got through, this baseball player. There is some kind of special visa if you have extraordinary talent. I think the word extraordinary might actually be in the name, or at least maybe the informal name of one of the types of visas you can get, like Lionel Messi, the soccer player. I think he also came in on one of those visas, extraordinary talent visa or something like that. But I think it's bad that people are treated unequally in that way. I think you shouldn't need extraordinary talent like that in order to immigrate to a free country. So, Greg says the numbers are added if the base name is already taken. Oh, okay. But you had numbers there before, yet you were able to change it to just a base name. So I wonder why you're able to do that. Okay. Anyway, thanks for coming by the chat and saying hello. Hello. You can just say hello even if you don't have a comment or a question. I also like to just see who's here. So, what do you all want to talk about? Take advantage of me, exploit me in an egoistic way, use me. Um, of course, it has to be mutually beneficial. Trade, win-win. Okay. Oh, I see. Greg says he didn't have an underscore between his first and last name. So, one of the things Alex Epstein said in his talk at the Intellectual Spark conference is that you want to find an overlap, like a Venn diagram, you imagine two circles, overlapping circles. And in one circle is there's something you're passionate about, and in the other circle there's what you will get paid to do because you might be passionate about something, but maybe it's not something that anyone will pay you to do. Maybe there's just no market for it, or maybe you don't have the skill level. Like even if you love being a baseball player, maybe you don't have the skill of this Ohtani person, um, or to to be so that people would want to pay to watch you play. Oh, did I misspeak? Did I say intellectual spark? It's the Irreplaceable Spark conference. Sorry if I got that wrong. Yeah, it's the Irreplaceable Spark. So you want to find an overlap between what you are interested in and then what other people will pay you to do, what there's a market for. And in order to get a market, one thing to keep in mind is customer attunement. That was the phrase that Alex used. Be attuned to your customers' needs. He said Jeff Bezos is the I think he gave him as the best example in his mind as of someone who is attuned to their customer needs and always optimizing the system of Amazon to the needs of the customer. And I think he said Jeff Bezos has an obsession with customer attunement, and that's part of what enabled him to succeed. He didn't just do whatever he wanted and ignore what his customers were looking for. He found ways to find out exactly what his customers needed. He was very attuned to his customers, and that helped him grow his business to enormous proportions. So that's what I want to do here, at least to some extent. I want to be attuned to my customers' needs and interests. So that will help me grow my channel. So you all can help me with that. You can, and it should be self-interested. So if you let me know what you want, what topics you're interested in, then I can gear the show more towards that. And then we'll both get more out of it. It'll help you get what you want, and it'll help me get what I want because I'll have a more engagement from my audience, more watch time, more subscribers. So let's benefit each other and try to make this mutually beneficial. All right. See, we got some more chats here. Frederick says, "You almost perhaps the only person in the world who could describe Kant's categorical imperative versus reality to the mind." Oh, then he retyped it here. Maybe there are some typos in that. Let me read this one again. You almost are. I think shouldn't there be an R here? You are almost. You're talking about me. You are almost perhaps the only person in the world who could describe Kant's categorical imperative versus reality to the mind. It looks like that's the same. So you copied that and pasted it again here. I'm not sure what you're asking there. Yeah, I don't understand the question. I was contrasting Kant's categorical imperative with a hypothetical imperative. So I can write that in my notes here, or in the chat. I don't know if I'll post it, but you can see what I'm typing. So I contrasted Kant's categorical imperative with Ayn Rand's hypothetical imperative. I don't know what you mean about this part. Reality to the mind. This is the contrast I was drawing. So if you want to elaborate, sorry, this should have been a quotation mark. And that should not be a question mark. I don't know why I put that there. That's what I meant to type. Um, if you want me to elaborate on that, feel free to let me know or elaborate on your question. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking there. I don't, I wouldn't say this is unique to, well, I don't know that it's unique to Kant to put forward what's called the categorical imperative. Maybe it is. But you see in religion, like the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not steal, for example. It's not thou shalt not steal if you want a good life or you want happiness. It's just thou shalt not steal, period. God issued this commandment and you should obey it. That's the idea. Now, you might think there actually is, at least implicitly, maybe not explicitly, a hypothetical imperative. You might think God is going to strike you down with the plague or inflict some kind of disease on you if you don't follow his commandments. And you see stuff like this happen in the Bible. There are plagues of locusts and frogs and various other things. And there, people are inflicted with leprosy or some other disease. So all kinds of bad stuff happens when people disobey God's commands. And there's also heaven and hell, and maybe that's more a Christian idea than a Jewish one. But you are rewarded or punished in the afterlife. So you might think, well, if we flesh out the commandments, what they really mean is, thou shalt do such and such if you want to get to heaven in the afterlife and avoid hell in the afterlife. Or maybe you don't even have to wait for the afterlife to get some of the benefits or the penalties. So you could also say you should obey God's commands if you don't want to get hit by a plague of locusts or get inflicted with leprosy during this life. So you might think they actually are hypothetical commandments or imperatives, and it had to wait for Kant in the modern world to formulate the idea of a purely categorical imperative where there's not even an implicit benefits to taking some action. You simply should do something because it's your duty, not because it's going to make you happy. That would be a self-interested motive, and Kant thought that corrupted the motivation of an action. If it were self-interested, you should just do your duty because it's your duty. So maybe categorical imperatives actually are unique to Kant's. Hypothetical imperatives, I don't know. I mean, they were certainly recognized before Ayn Rand. So when I say Ayn Rand's hypothetical imperative, I don't mean to imply by that no one before her had the idea of that. Certainly they did. Like Hume, he talks about hypothetical imperatives, I think. But I guess in the context of this show, I've been talking about it as Ayn Rand's idea. She contrasts hypothetical imperatives with categorical imperatives in her essay Causality versus Duty. But anyways, if you want to elaborate, Frederick, on what you're asking about, uh, I invite you to do that, and maybe I can say some more. I see Florida Nick has a chat here. He says, I'm sure, maybe I should mention that, his name, so people aren't confused. I'll say, well, I guess I'll put that in the chat. And now I will say that Rational 863 in the chat is Florida Nick. I'm used to referring to him as Florida Nick, so now people will understand who I'm talking about. Okay, so Florida Nick says, I'm sure what content there is. Maybe there's a missing knot there. I'm not sure what content there is in it, but I watched Dave Rubin's interview with Yaron and was surprised about how favorable Dave was. Yeah, he says he meant to say, I'm not sure. How surprised, he was surprised about how favorable Dave was with Yaron, but the comments were all negative. Oh, okay. So I heard that Dave Rubin did a recent interview with Yaron, or I guess it wasn't published. I heard last I heard is that it was going to be published. So I guess it's actually been published now. And that's what you're talking about? Because he did interviews with Yaron years ago and some other objectivist intellectuals back in 2018, I think, around that time. And that helps Yaron get a lot of subscribers, I think. But just recently, I guess sometime in 2025, I heard he did another talk with Dave Rubin. Let me do a quick search on that, see if I can find that. Maybe it's only on Dave Rubin's YouTube channel. I don't know if it'll be also on. Oh yeah, here it is. I can share that right there. The second video here. A chilling warning for America and why Trump's tariffs have backfired. Published 4 hours ago. All right, I'll have to check that out. Thanks for mentioning that. Yeah, it's been, I guess, 6, 7 years since Yaron's been on his show. The only other interaction I remember between Yaron Brook and Jordan, not Jordan Peterson, between Yaron Brook and Dave Rubin was at an event involving Jordan Peterson. So you might know that Jordan Peterson spoke at one of the Objectivist conferences, I think back in maybe around 2019, 2018. I forget the year, but Dave Rubin was the moderator of a discussion, and there were Yaron Brook, Greg Salmieri, and Jordan Peterson. I don't know if I'm missing anyone. I think it was just those three. So that was the last in-person interaction that I recall between Yaron Brook and Dave Rubin. So it's been a while, several years. And I think since then, Dave Rubin has become much more pro-Trump, uh, which I think is unfortunate. So I'll be interested to see if that comes up. If Yaron it challenges Dave Rubin about Trump. I mean, I don't know if Dave Rubin defends Trump in the interview or if he just asks questions and gets Yaron's view, or if it's, I don't know to what extent it's like a debate. So I'll be interested to watch that. So thanks for mentioning that. All right, let me go back to my chat window. So you said you're not sure what content there is in it, but you watched Dave Rubin's interview with Yaron and was surprised about how favorable Dave was with Yaron, but the comments were all negative. Okay, that's interesting. Um, let me share my chat again. And Thor Nick says they said it had been 3 years since they last talked. Oh, okay. Didn't realize that. I wonder where that talk was. I think he might have also, Dave Rubin also moderated a discussion at Clemson University, but I don't know if Yaron was there. Maybe that was with Brad Thompson and, or maybe Brad Thompson organized it and Onkar Ghate was talking with Jordan Peterson there. I forget. Anyways, I'm curious what this was, if this event is on YouTube, the one from 3 years ago, or if that was just a private conversation they had. But you say it's interesting that you mentioned the comments were all negative. I wonder if that's if they had like Dave Rubin has good rapport with Iran because they haven't interacted much about the Trump issue, and so they're uh, kind of riding on the remnants of their good positive interaction of years ago. Whereas a lot of Dave's newer viewers are pro-Trump because he's become more Trump. So maybe that's why people in the comments are all negative. Um, so I'll take a look at some of the comments too. But that's a immediate speculation as to why that might be. Maybe Dave has just built up a very pro-Trump audience, and of course, Yaron is very anti-Trump. But Dave had some good history with Yaron, some good interactions, so maybe he personally was more favorable towards Yaron. Um, said he had over 3 million subscribers, Dave Rubin. I don't know what it was like 6 years ago when he first talked to Yaron, but um, I've seen Dave Rubin on Piers Morgan a few times, and I've not been pleased with the pro-Trump direction he's gone. Maybe he's more of a tribalist now. Okay, so good to know about that. What else? What else do you all want to talk about? I've got to do customer attunements and cater to my audience as long as it's consistent with my values, right? I don't want to pander to my audience and be like a Gail Winans if you that's one of the characters from the Fountainhead. I don't want to give people whatever they want, even if it conflicts with my own principles or my view of what's true and what's good. But within, as long as it is consistent with my view of the true and the good, I do want to be able to cater my discussion to topics that you all are interested in. So, what do you want to talk about? I see we got 7 people here, 7 likes. Thank you for those. What topics are you all interested in talking about or hearing about today? Is there anything you want to discuss, debate? I know many of my listeners are not subscribers. Maybe often I see that around a third of my listeners are not subscribed. So maybe that means that you are not objectivists or you don't have full agreement with objectivism. And so you don't want to help promote my show since I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy. So maybe if you're one of my listeners right now, you can tell me what kind of disagreements do you have? And we can discuss that or debate it. Even if you're not subscribed and don't intend to subscribe, we can still have a discussion or debate. All right, I got some more windows open. Oh, that reminds me, one of my windows is on Richard III, King of England. I can give you a little reading update. Sometimes I do that in my streams, tell you about what I've been reading lately. So I've finally gotten up to the end of the Middle Ages in England. I've been reading about medieval England for maybe over a month, and I've read about it longer ago, but before that I was studying some other things, like I was reading the Bible for a while. But I came back to medieval England's maybe a month and a half ago, and I've been reading through the kings of England's um, Henry VI, Edward IV, Edward V, and then the one after that is Richard III, and he's often considered the last king of medieval England. He was king from 1483 to 1485, and then he was killed at the Battle of Bosworth, I think, by the next king or the forces of the next king, Henry VII, who started the House of Tudor. I think I got that right. You can correct me if you know more about this than I do, but that's where I am in my reading about English history. I'm on the threshold of the modern era. And once I finish on Richard III, I think I'll read the article on the Wars of the Roses, which went on for about 30 years, 1455 to 1485, or I've also seen the end date of 1487. I'm not sure what the difference is there. Like sometimes the actual fighting stops at a certain point, but the official treaty that ends the war, that formalizes the end of the war, isn't signed until some years later. So maybe that's why sometimes I see the date of 1487 as the end date, but maybe I'll learn about that if I read the article on the Wars of the Roses. Um, but maybe after I finish that article, I will go to Scotland and finish reading about the medieval Scotland. I got up to about 1050 to Macbeth, King Macbeth, who was made famous by the Shakespeare play of that name. And that's where I left off in my reading about Scotland. So I think I might go back to that point and then read forward to um, at least around 1500 through the end of the Middle Ages. But I'll see. I have to be attuned to my own motivation. Sometimes I have a lot of motivation to read about that. Sometimes very little. Sometimes I get bored of a topic and it's better to switch to something else. I can show you my list of Wikipedia articles I'm looking at now. Here it is. So you can see here the Wars of the Roses. I have that in brackets because I haven't read it yet, but I might read it. And these are the years of the war. And there are underscores here between the words because, like, if you go up to this tab, that's the article on Wikipedia. I read Wikipedia to learn about this stuff. So I copy and paste the end of the URL I'll just copy that part into my Google Doc here to help me keep track of which articles on Wikipedia I've read. And then after I've read an article, I will um, unbold it and remove the brackets, and then it'll just be like this: the Battle of Barnet, which is one of the battles of the Wars of the Roses, which took place on this date, and it was a Yorkist win. So the Wars of the Roses were fought between the House of York and the House of Lancaster, and I I add some of the key information about the various battles in brackets here, like which side won, what date it took place. And here, this I, that means I only read the introduction. I did not read the full article because it's sometimes I don't want to spend that much time. Like the Wars of the Roses here, you can see we got a full, if you got a few paragraphs, just like 4 paragraphs. I can read that in a few minutes. But if I'm going to read the whole article, you see how much longer it is. Like that's a much bigger time commitment. So a lot of articles, I want to get at least I want to learn a little about it, but I don't want to read the full thing. So if it's like one of those articles, then I will just read the intro and put an I to note that I only read the introduction. And then maybe I'll come back to it. Maybe later I'll get motivation to go more into detail on some of these articles. But in the meantime, I just wanted to learn a little about them. And you see some of the kings that I mentioned, Edward the Fourth, Edward the Fifth, he died as a child, or at least he disappeared as a child. I think it's uncertain exactly what happened to Edward the Fourth. Many people think that his uncle, Richard the Third, killed him so that he could become king himself. I think that might be the most common idea. But after Richard the Third, who was his uncle, that's what the U here means, he was killed at the Battle of Bosworth in 1485, I believe. And then Henry the Seventh came to power. And this is the transition from the medieval to the modern era. At least that's where a lot of historians put the transition. So that's a good stopping point or pause point to maybe switch to some other area like Scotland's rather than read all the way up to the present day in England's and then go back to learn about the other countries. So that's where I am right now in my reading. Let me come back to the chat, see if I got any. Oh, I see some other windows I can close. Oh, McGowan Mac. Oh, that's Steve McGowan has joined the chat. He's talking about blockade of Gaza again. I was wondering if Steve McGowan or Stephen McGowan, McGowan cat chat. I wonder if he's the same person as one of the people I blocked in the past because I had a previous chatter who would like to bring up Israel, but that person ended up getting blocked. Oh, here's some more windows I can minimize. I got too many windows open. One, two, three, four. All right, I think the four I have open right now are okay. I ended up blocking that chatter who would like to bring up Israel because he was being rude and disrespectful. Um, but he created some fake accounts, some sock puppets to come back and chat more. And I wonder if McGowan Mac, aka Stephen McGowan, is that same person coming back under a different screen name so he can continue chatting about Israel. Yeah, you brought up Israel and taxes before. Yeah, you haven't been blocked under this screen name, but I wonder if you are um, just a this former chatter I was talking about who is used maybe has used somebody else's account in order to get around the block. But yeah, that's just something I wonder about. But maybe I will give the benefit of the doubts and not block you now and assume that you're not the same person, even though maybe you are. I don't know. Maybe more evidence will come out later, and I'll change my mind, or I'll be more convinced whether or not you're the same person as the one I blocked many months ago. People can hide their identity, right? There's not really a way for me to know. Um, just it's not easy for me to know if someone is the same person as another person. I'm trying to I want to share my chat again. Where's my, okay, I got to go back to my Zoom window. Here we go. I mean, it is a topic I like to discuss. I just want it to be civil and respectful. So maybe as long as it stays civil and respectful, and then I'll just continue. But if I do decide at some point in the future that you are the same person as the one I blocked, then I think I might just block this account again. All right. But it is good to have some new chats in here. So um, let me read this one. It says, I don't think you've given a. Well, here's a question I can ask you. When did you, or how did you hear about my channel, McGowan Mac? How and when did you hear about my channel? So I'll put in the chat here because the way YouTube is displaying these screen names doesn't show the way they used to display. I'll say McGowan Mac equals Stephen McGowan. That's how it used to display, I think. So if I refer to Stephen, that's now you know who I'm referring to. Stephen says, I don't think you've given a sufficient explanation for why you think the 19-year blockade of a civilian population is justified in your objectivist lens. It is a gold standard example of collective punishment. This is the blockade of Gaza, to be specific. I brought up Israel and taxes before. I've never been blocked, LOL. It came up on my algo maybe 2 months ago or whenever I started chatting. Okay. Well, you're making the identical point to the chatter that I blocked. So, which I guess I blocked him, was it back in June? I think it might have been in June. So that would have been, we're now in October. So that would have been about 4 months ago. I could ask you if you know the name of the person I'm talking about or the screen name. Do you know Darwin? Do you know the chatter Darwin? That's the one who I blocked, plus all of his sock puppet accounts, or what I assume are sock puppet accounts. Do you know Darwin? Now, of course, if this is Darwin, he might just be lying and say, "No, I don't know Darwin. I don't know who that guy is." So I don't know that it's really useful to ask him if he knows Darwin, because he could just be putting on an act here. Um, if he's willing to be rude and disrespectful, then I guess he would be willing to lie. But um, maybe it's good to at least ask the question and see what he says. Because this person, Darwin made this point about the blockade on Gaza and how it's collective punishment. And now Stephen McGowan is making this point about the blockade on Gaza and how it's collective punishment, or at least how Israel says you've mentioned his name in previous streams. Well, I haven't mentioned his name in, gosh, when did I? I think I might have only mentioned his name once or twice since I blocked him. So this person, Stephen McGowan here, might just be faking, pretending like he doesn't know who Darwin is, even though maybe he is Darwin. I think it's at least possible. Maybe I should say even probable that this is the same person as Darwin, given what he's said here. Um, I guess if I become certain he's Darwin, then I'll block him at that point. That's what I think I'll do. I guess it's not a unique point. Like it's not out of the realm of possibility that other people could independently ask about the blockade of Gaza and whether it's an example of collective punishment. I wonder if there's anything on his channel. I want to go take a look at his channel on my phone. Oops. There's nothing on his channel. So sometimes I think that's a sign that someone is a troll or trying to disguise their identity. Um, but what's different about this account is that it says it was, sure, I can actually show it on screen. There it is. So you can see um, there's no content on his channel. There's no videos or anything. And I think sometimes trolls will create accounts like that. They don't care about creating any content of their own. They just want to have an account that they can use to go to other people's chats and troll them. Um, so maybe that's why this has no content. Also, the date is another clue you can sometimes use if it's a very recently created account, like it was just created yesterday. It might be because someone's other accounts were blocked, so they had to create a new account. But this one is many years ago. Uh, so that wouldn't be a reason. I mean, that undermines the case that this is just a troll account. Um, but it's also possible that he borrowed someone else's account. Like I do remember one of the accounts I blocked in the wake of blocking Darwin, like not too long, maybe within a few weeks of Darwin, there was some other account which was maybe 4 years old, but it was saying very similar things to what Darwin was saying in the obnoxious kind of way he was saying them. So I figured it was maybe Darwin borrowed someone else's account who didn't really care about my channel because Darwin wanted to come back and keep coming back to my channel, it seems, to debate stuff. And there was no way for him to do that using recently created accounts. Like if it said his account was created on like October 27th, 2025, then it's more likely to just be a sock puppet account that he just created within the last few days. But if it's something created 8 years ago, like this one, then it's less likely to be a sock puppet account that Darwin created. But maybe he has some friend whose actual name is Stephen McGowan, and he said, "Hey, Dan is blocking all my sock puppet accounts. Can I use your account so I can go onto his channel and chat some more? And I found at least one account that I think was like that. So maybe this is another account like that. Maybe this is a borrowed account. Um, all right, let me come back to the chat, see what's okay. There's no new chats. So maybe I should give Stephen McGowan the benefit of the doubts, but I will remain on alert to more possible signs that this is the same guy I blocked before. Um, all right, so I guess he'll have to at least be civil and respectful this time if he wants to stay, if this is the same person. Oh, I guess he could also call in. That might be a way to determine if he's the same person because Darwin called in a few times. So I heard his voice. So I could ask Steven to call in and see if it's the same voice. You want to call in, Steven? That could be a test. Maybe I should do that. I guess if he does call, I might want to screen him on my Google voice line rather than have him call in directly to Zoom. I guess, yeah, I think I'll put the number there. Um, where did I don't usually put my Google Voice number anymore because usually I don't screen callers, but in this case, I think this might be a good time to use it. Okay, here we go. He was very rude to Yaron Brook. That was where I first saw his rudeness and disrespect. He was in Yaron's chat, this Darwin person. It was after I saw that I blocked him, his Darwin account. But then I think he created a bunch of other accounts and was very rude to me. And then I blocked those accounts. All right, I just put the call screen number in the chat. So Stephen McGowan, can you call that number? Actually, I think I want to test that myself here. It's been a while since I used that number. I'm gonna make sure it still works. There's Google Voice. I have to use that every once in a while or else I lose access to it. Calls. Okay, I'm gonna call my Google Voice number from my phone. 657-233-0878. Dan, incoming call. Ah, here we go. Allow this time. All right, it's working, I think. Oh, I have to hit one to accept. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. It looks like the line is working. My call screening line. So I would like you to call that number, Stephen McGowan, if you want to keep chatting. I haven't seen any chats from him for 12 minutes. Maybe I scared him away. But if you're still here, you can call that number and so, so I can hear what you sound like. I guess he could try to do a phony voice, like fake some accents, but maybe maybe it would be detectable if he's trying to use a fake voice. But I could also compare the number, like, because I somewhere in my records I have the number he used to call, so I could see if that matches the number that Darwin called from. Of course, he could borrow someone's phone and call from some other number, and then he would just have his voice. He would changing his voice would be the only way for him to trick me. But he's been silent for over 10 minutes now, so maybe he gave up. Maybe he left. He hasn't said anything else in the chat, so maybe the fact that he's not calling in, or at least that he hesitated to call in, is more evidence that this actually is the same person, Darwin, who I blocked months ago and is pretending to be someone else. So yeah, the fact that he's not calling in, I think that puts a little weight on my hypothesis that this is Darwin. But hey, you can disprove the hypothesis if you call me right now and sound like you have an authentic voice, which is different than the voice that I remember. So that's one way you can show that you are actually someone different. All right. Well, I got a bunch of other people here. So is there anyone, since Stephen, who might be Darwin, is not chatting anymore and he's not calling in, Is there anyone else out there who would like to raise a topic? Anyone else? Take advantage of the fact that you're not competing with anyone right now for topics, right? You can have priority. I am over 2,800 hours now of watch time. So I guess that's something I can show you until there are more chats. I can give you a little update on my YouTube analytics. Do any of you all remember Darwin? I don't know if you all were here back when he used to call in. That was months ago. Um, all right, here's my analytics page or my YouTube studio page. So I'm getting closer to being monetized. I'm up to 2,847 hours out of the 3,000 I need. So I just need a little more. And then I'm supposed to get an email. It says, we'll let you know when you're eligible. So I'm supposed to get an email from YouTube once I hit 3,000s. And they can take a look at my channel and let me know if they will approve me for monetization. And I've been usually, I mean, the amount of hours I get per live stream varies. Usually it's at least like 40 hours, but sometimes it's been over 100, like if I do a really long live stream. But in any case, I'm only about 150 hours from my goal. So after today, like if I get 50 hours of watch time from today's live stream, and then if I get 50 from the next two, that would basically get me to where I need to be. So, um, and there is a bit of a delay. Like this data here, it says showing data as of October 23rd, um, which is 5 days ago. It takes about 5 days for YouTube to validate the watch time. So maybe 5 days from now, today's watch hours will be added to this. And then 15 days from now, assuming I do streams every 5 days, the hours of the next two streams will be taken into account. So maybe in about 15 days, I'll hit 3,000. And then YouTube, I think I read that they take about a month to get back to people to let them know if the monetization is approved. So if they start reviewing my channel in about 15 days, let's just say middle of November, November 15th, around there. If they start reviewing my channel there and then they have a month to do it, then maybe they'll get back to me by mid-December, let me know whether I'm monetized. And then maybe by mid-December, if they say, yes, your channel looks okay, then I can start taking super chats. And that will be great. And that will be a way for me to prioritize chats um, beyond ways that I have right now. So thank you all for helping me get there. By being here and watching, you are helping me get to my goal of 3,000 hours of watch time so I can monetize my channel. So I do appreciate your presence here. Oh, Steven says he says he's at work, he can't call in. All right. Well, maybe he can call in another time. Greg says, which area of philosophy is likely to have the biggest bang for the buck in changing the culture? Well, I guess if Steve is, I mean, maybe I'll come back to that, Greg. If Steve is willing to call in, and the only reason he's not calling in is because he's at work, then maybe he actually is a another person. We'll see. We'll see if Steve ever calls in. What's a good time for you, Steven, to call in? What's a time when you're not at work? And because I often stream around this time, so uh, I wonder when is a good time for you to call in. What are your non-work hours? Of course, this could just be an excuse, right? Is he telling the truth? Is he really at work? Um, I'm wondering if I should say something about his comments before he calls in. Like, should I actually address this point about the blockade, or should I wait to get more evidence? Okay, he says doesn't go off his schedule. Oh, he's saying to me, don't go off my schedule, but he takes lunch at noon Eastern. Okay, so that would be 9 a.m. my time. Well, we're well past that. So if he means he takes so that means he took lunch at like 4 hours ago almost. So maybe he could have called in during his lunch break, but now he's after his lunch break, so he can't call in. All right. Well, maybe the next if you work like a 9 to 5 job, then if you get off at 5, that would be 2 p.m. my time, which is 1 hour from now, a little over an hour. So would you be able to call in then? Like around 2 p.m. or 5 p.m. Eastern? Mm. All right, well, I guess maybe he'll oh, he says he'll call next stream 5-ish, 5 Eastern-ish. All right, so my next stream, I've been streaming every 5 days. So 5 days from now would be Saturday, right? No, it would be, yeah. No, Sunday would be 5 days from now. Well, that's a weekend, so maybe your schedule is different on the weekends. All right, well, I'm wondering if I should address the Israel topic now or the blockade topic. I guess I could take a poll on that. Should I pull the chat? I'm not sure whether I should wait for more confirmation that this person is uh, a new person rather than the guy I blocked before. Whether I should wait for new confirmation or more confirmation, or should I just address his points now? I don't know. If he says he'll call the next stream, then maybe I should give him the benefit of the doubt now. And okay, yeah, I guess I'll do that. And then after that I can go to Greg's, or maybe I can take something quickly on Greg's. Which area of philosophy is likely to have the biggest bang for the buck in changing the culture? Um, I'm just going to share a different window here. Well, the more fundamental areas of philosophy have the most far-reaching effects. So metaphysics and epistemology. So if you could change those, like if you could persuade people to have a this worldly, secular worldview and to follow reason as opposed to faith, that would be huge. But I don't know how many bucks that would cost, so to speak. Like maybe it cost $1 million just to randomly put a number on it, $1 million to change people's metaphysics and epistemology, um, and maybe it costs only $500,000 to change people's ethics. I'm just arbitrarily choosing numbers here. And so even if ethics's range of impact is less than metaphysics and epistemology, because it costs less, fewer bucks to change it, maybe you get more bang for the buck. So I don't know how to measure the bang and how to measure the bucks. So I'm not sure how to answer this question. Um, Greg says that's what I get for picking a poetic expression to consult with a philosopher about. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is. What do you think? Do you have an answer, or do you or anyone else have a view on which area of philosophy is likely to have the biggest bang for the buck in changing the culture? I've heard some people say how it's really important for there to be art. Like Ayn Rand's art was very influential. Atlas Shrugged, The Fountainhead. And if she had only written nonfiction, she wouldn't have had nearly the impact that she had, given that she was an artist. So some people have used Ayn Rand's example as evidence that art is a very important field. You get a lot of bang for your buck if you're a great artist. Um, I'm not necessarily saying that I agree with that, but it's one viewpoint to consider. Even if you are a great philosopher or a great intellectual, you might think that just because of the nature of the medium, it's not going to be nearly as impactful, at least in the short term. You might also distinguish between immediate impact and long run impact. Like Immanuel Kant was not an artist, but he had a huge impact. However, his impact, it occurred over the course of centuries or decades. Like if you see something like 20th century culture as a outgrowth of Kant's ideas, that was over a couple centuries. Kant died in 1804, and we didn't get the horrors of the 20th century like Nazism and communism until the 20th century. Oh, so I guess no, not 2 centuries. 1804 to 1904. That's 1 century. So, anyways, it took at least a century to get to the horrors of the 20th century in World War II. So, whereas if Kant were an artist, maybe his work would have spread much more rapidly and had a much more rapid impact. But you can impact the culture at different levels and in different ways. That's a complicated question. So I don't have a very worked out answer, but those are some initial thoughts on the question. Greg says, my mentors of the past tended to direct the politics down into the ethics, which, when successful, usually touched into epistemology and metaphysics. I do often try to steer discussions to as fundamental a point as I can. Like you might recall in some of my discussions with evolutionary in the chat, that chatter who sometimes shows up, his full name is Evolutionary Capitalism Utilitarianism, and I call him evolutionary for short. He often likes to talk about ethics or politics, but he's a determinist, and I tell him I don't think ethics even makes sense or politics even makes sense if you're a determinist, because ethics is the study of what we should do, what's the right and wrong way to behave. But if we have no choice in the matter because we're just determined, then there's no sense in talking about how we should or should not behave. We're just going to behave however we have to behave, given the way we're determined. So I try to often just steer the discussion to that fundamental issue of free will versus determinism, and we've discussed that a fair amount. But that's just an example of how I try to steer things down to fundamental issues. Greg says he thought of ECU, that's evolutionary capitalism utilitarianism, the other day listening to the recent release from the Ayn Rand Institute on integrating science and free will. Yeah, I just heard that yesterday. New video that came out on ARI's channel. I'm trying to go to that channel. I can share the screen so you can see that video. It was a part of the ARI bookshelf series. They discuss books from now and then. They have a panel of people. So this is the one, Science and Free Will, Integrating Science and Free Will, and they talk about this book that you can see in the thumbnail, How Evolution Gave Us Free Will, Free Agents, by Kevin J. something. I can't see the last name because the timestamp is covering it up. Mitchell, is that maybe it's Kevin J. Mitchell. Anyways, you can see the panel. Tristan de Liège is the one here. Mike Mazza down in the corner. Greg Salmieri here in the middle, and then Ben Bayer up at the top. I've thought a lot about free will, especially when I wrote a master's thesis on free will. So I was familiar with some of the academic terminology that came up in the discussion, like agent causation, which I don't think I had heard about when I was just a undergraduate student. But I think that's worth a listen if you're, at least if you're interested in this topic of free will. Greg says, looking into the CD-ROM, it seems that Rand was much more dismissive of determinism as a contradictory. Greg Salmieri and Ben Bayer made a connection to the Stoics with both determinism and logos. Yeah, Rand did not talk a lot about free will. She thought it was very important, and it's it was real, and she identified its nature as fundamentally the choice to think or not, or to focus or not. But she left it to others to write extensive treatments of the subject. So her student Nathaniel Brandon wrote 3 articles in the Objectivist magazine, and before that, the Objectivist newsletter. I think there were 3 articles or contributions to the answers to questions, I should say. There was a Q&A department, which was presented as the intellectual ammunition departments, and so readers would write in with questions. Sometimes there were questions about free will, and then I think the ones on free will were answered by Nathaniel Brandon. So Ayn Rand herself didn't write much in the objectivist corpus about free will, and others wrote a lot more. Maybe because she just wasn't as interested in it and took it as just an obvious, self-evident fact about human nature. And once she stated just the fact about free will, that it exists, and said some key things about its nature, that fundamentally it consists of the choice to think or not, then she wasn't interested in spending a lot more time discussing it. I don't know all the reasons. I'm speculating a bit here, but um, maybe it just wasn't as interesting to her as it was to others. I think this is also true, at least for a while, with epistemology. Like, I think she had to be persuaded to write her book, Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. She had the ideas already. I think back in the 40s, she had the key insight for her theory of concept formation as involving measurement omission, which might sound obscure if you haven't read her work, but she has a certain theory of how human beings form concepts. And I think she came up with the core of her theory in the 40s, but she didn't publish on her theory of concepts until the 1960s. I think it was Alan Gotthelf, a philosopher in her circle, and maybe also Leonard Peikoff, who persuaded her that it would be good to write her theory and write it down and publish it. So there are certain topics like free will and the theory of concepts where maybe she just wasn't as interested in publishing on. Now, she never wrote an extensive treatment on free will like she did on epistemology or the theory of concepts. But I guess primarily her goal was to write fiction and present the ideal man, her vision of the ideal man. And she accomplishes that in her fiction. And I think that's what she was most passionate about, at least for much of her life. But after Atlas Shrugged, which was published in 1957, she turned to nonfiction. And yeah, there are certain topics that she uh, she had to be persuaded to write about and might not have written about, maybe never written about epistemology or her theory of concepts if others hadn't convinced her to. Greg says she didn't seem to spend as much time on determinism as many in the movement do currently. Fair point, leaving it to the descendants to add more flesh to the skeleton she wrote. Incidentally, that might play in a evidence for the open crowd. I guess you're alluding there to the people who support what they call open objectivism, like the David Kelly school or camp, which I don't agree with, but I think that's probably what you're referring to. Um, oh, I see what you mean. They think that objectivism includes more than just what Ayn Rand wrote. She gave us a skeleton and she leaves it to others to add flesh. Uh, well, I think that's a reasonable way of looking at the issue of free will. But also those were endorsed by Ayn Rand, like they appeared in her magazine, these articles by Nathaniel Branden. So I think sometimes the way she expressed what objectivism is either things that she wrote and called objectivism or things that she endorsed written by other people. And that would include the articles in The Objectivist by Brandon on free will, but it did not include things written by him after their break in 1968 or things written by other people after she died. So if she wasn't around to approve it or endorse it, then it does not count as part of objectivism, at least on her way of understanding objectivism, which I'm sympathetic to. But people in this open crowd, the David Kelly camp, argue that um, even things that Ayn Rand did not endorse could be considered part of objectivism. Yeah, Greg says open objectivism. Like David Kelly has an idea that benevolence and toleration are key virtues on a par with these ones that I have on my background, like independence, integrity, honesty, justice, productiveness, pride. David Kelly thinks toleration and benevolence should be on that list. And whether he's right about that or not, that they are fundamental virtues, I don't think they're part of objectivism because objectivism with a capital O is the name of Ayn Rand's philosophy. And that means the philosophy she came up with or endorsed. That's how I understand it. And she didn't endorse toleration or benevolence as fundamental virtues. So even if it's true that they are fundamental virtues, I don't think they should be considered part of the objectivist philosophy. Hold on, I got to plug in my laptop. Okay. Greg says, then if someone fleshes out a point, take credit for the fleshing and give credit for the system that guided you through the fleshing. Leonard Peikoff's theory of induction, I think, is an example of something which is integrates with objectivism, or at least plausibly. It's certainly based on the Ayn Rand's theory of concepts, for instance, but I don't think it's part of objectivism, even if it's based on objectivism. Leonard Peikoff was Ayn Rand's top student for many years, and he came up with a theory of induction for anyone out there who didn't know who he is. And I think it's a very interesting and important theory. I wouldn't say it's part of objectivism, though, but I do think it's based on objectivism. And I think it is important to give credit where it's due. So give credit to Ayn Rand for what she achieved and give credit to Leonard Peikoff for what he achieved. Or it also applies with blame, right? So if you think someone got something wrong, if Leonard Peikoff got something wrong, that doesn't mean Ayn Rand got something wrong, which you would be implying if you said that his theory is part of objectivism. And if you had some disagreement with his theory, that doesn't mean you necessarily have a disagreement with Ayn Rand's philosophy, and vice versa, right? If Ayn Rand got made some mistake, that doesn't mean Peikoff got something wrong. Greg says, as Robert Nacier, I assume that's who that is, as Robert has often put it, objectivists have no reason not to be benevolent, not to be the benevolent folk around. While it's not part of objectivism, it can still be objective. Yeah, it can, it can, well, I think you could make the case that it even is part of objectivism. It's just not a fundamental virtue on the level of these. Oh, I forgot wasn't. I'm not showing my chat. It's you might say it is part of objectivism to be benevolent. Like Ayn Rand thought it was good to have goodwill towards strangers. I talked about that in the last live stream about how, like, if you save a drowning child, you could think of this as an act of goodwill towards a stranger. And Ayn Rand thought goodwill towards strangers, or you could put it as benevolence towards strangers, is appropriate in certain contexts. But that doesn't mean it's a fundamental virtue of objectivism. So, but to treat benevolence as though it's a fundamental virtue, like these others that I have listed on my background, that's, I think, what Kelly is saying. I think that's his viewpoints, and I think it's not right to call that understanding of benevolence it's as being a central or fundamental virtue as I don't think that's part of objectivism. All right. So thanks for those chats, Greg. Those are the last chats I've got. A new one just came in. Greg says, if you look at the virtues outlined in Galt's speech, there are other sub-virtues used to explain the main seven. Right. I think courage might be one of these sub-virtues, like as a sub-virtue for the virtue of integrity. I'm not sure if I got that right. Maybe someone out there can confirm. Greg says, someone else take over. My fingers are getting tired. All right. Yeah, does anyone else want to jump in the chat? Cleric says, hey, I'm just lurking for now. Okay. Well, nice to see you're here, Cleric. Thanks for coming by. Anyone else want to mention that they're just lurking? I welcome lurkers. I'm happy to have lurkers. Let me take a look at the chat list here. So there's our list of chatters for today. Cleric says she appreciates it. Great. Yeah. You appreciate it. I appreciate you. So win-win. We're having a win-win relation here. That's good. The way it can be and ought to be. Well, if your fingers are getting tired, I guess I can. I see some hearts going up here on the screen. See this? Thanks for the hearts. Nice. Sometimes there's a big spike in hearts. I guess I could show you that. You say, must say, I think objectivists taking on Bayesian analysis is something I expect to see. I don't know much about Bayesian analysis. I heard a little about that in graduate school, but I never spent much time studying it. All right. Saw some more hearts. Yeah, I want to go to my analytics. You can remind me if I forget, but I want to see. There's 100 going up as well. These are all the options you can choose from. I don't know if you can see those. The 100, the surprise look, the confetti, the laugh, and the heart. And each time you press it, I think it puts out a few. Like if I hit the heart once, um, it puts out more than just one heart. Okay, it looks like maybe it puts out two because I just hit it once and two went up. Let me try the confetti. Oh, there I only saw one confetti. Maybe that's because there were some other emoji reactions at the same time. I'm gonna get a big spike at 1:20, around 1:20 p.m. So that is, let's see, I started at 11:30, so that's an hour and 53 minutes in right now. I want to see if I can find some analytics to on one of my previous live streams, which will show the reactions. Oh yeah, 18 reactions. I can find one. I can probably find one with a lot more than that. Let me go back to another one. Oh, this has zero reactions. Okay, let me go back another one. All right, that's another zero. Sometimes there's over 100. So it's highly variable. Oh yeah, this one has 350. I'll show you this. So this is the which stream is this? I don't even know which stream this is. I lost track. It doesn't matter, I guess. So here's my studio page, and you can see in this one there were 350 reactions, 258 chat messages. So at this time, there were 205 reactions at the 416 mark, 4 hours and 16 minutes. So I don't know what happened then, but someone or some people were going crazy with the reactions at that time. In 1 minute, there's this huge spike. So I'm going to get another spike like that today's chat. This shows how many people were watching during the stream. It got up to 19 people. There was an average of 12. Those are good numbers. I think 19 is the highest I've gotten during a stream, and I think 12 is the highest average I've got for a stream. So that was a good stream. This was the one that was 5 hours 36. Okay. It doesn't say the title here. I wish it would show the title on this page, but if I know the timestamp, I can find it pretty quickly. 5 hours, 37 minutes, 46 seconds. So, okay, that must be this one. Introducing a caller to Ayn Rand's ideas on egoism and altruism. Oh yeah, that was a good call. Someone called in, completely new person to Ayn Rand, and we had a good call. I also did some debating on capitalism with chatters. Oh, I guess you can see the title here. Um, so let me come back to the chat. Oh, right, you were asking about Bayesian analysis. Yeah, I haven't learned much about that. I think there was some dis there was a conference I heard some objectivists attended that I think the conference was themed around the some objectivists in academia, like philosophers, objectivist philosophers. I think they attended some conference on Bayesian that had something to do with Bayesian analysis. Um, Clark says, long story short, it's updating your beliefs in the light of new evidence that you're not necessarily wrong unless you fail to update your beliefs. Okay. I know there is, I remember they try to mathematize epistemology. I think that's part of it, if I recall correctly. Like they'll actually assign numbers, like your belief that it's going to rain tomorrow. You can assign a probability to that and say, like, you have a zero point 0.8 credence or zero point 0.8 probability. You think it's 80% likely, in other words, that it's going to rain tomorrow. And you have a certain confidence level that's associated with certain beliefs. And I guess if you get new information that comes in, maybe you watch a weather forecast, and now, in light of that new evidence, you adjust your confidence level. Now, maybe you only have a zero point 0.6 confidence that it's going to rain tomorrow. So that's an example, I think, of what Greg's talking about here. Updating your beliefs in the light of new evidence. In doing so in mathematical terms, I think. Um, I don't know if that's essential to it, that it be put in numerical terms, but I think at least many philosophers try to do that sort of thing. Oh, Cleric says, yeah, the mathematizing is a thing. Takes some practice to get all that right. You're not necessarily wrong unless you fail to update your beliefs. Greg says, I have the formulas for statistical analysis in my stack up forms. It allows, I don't know what stack up forms means. It allows stacks that a worst case analysis would fail, but uses probability to say what the likely case would be. I remember Leonard Peikoff's telling a story about how he was having a conversation with Ayn Rand in her apartment, I think, about how many people are in the lobby, like in the downstairs area of the apartments building, like in the lobby area. Like, are there two people? Are there 10 people? Okay, well, maybe it depends on the time of day. There's more likely to be people in the middle of the day when everyone's awake than in the middle of the night when people are usually sleeping. And maybe if there's a big event going on in town that, or and maybe a lot of people have left town to go to the events or have come to town for the events, and you can weigh all these factors and then come to a determination. Okay, well now based on all these considerations, I estimate there are five people in the lobby of my apartments or the lobby of the hotel, or I forget exactly what the building was. And then he asked Ayn Rand, like, well, how would you determine how many people are there? And she says, I would go downstairs and count them. So I think he was giving this as an example of a maybe what's called a rationalistic approach, trying to weigh all these considerations and a I guess a completely different method of finding the answer is the one Ayn Rand offered. And I forget the context of this. It might have been a discussion of emergencies, like you should only operate on you should only use statistics if you can't, in the absence of being able to get definite information. And so statistics is something you resort to. It's not a first preference. Like best option is to just go and look, right, and get the information that way. But if there's some kind of an emergency such that you can't get the actual information, then you would rely on statistics to decide what course of action you should take in some scenario. Maybe there's a better example of something that would actually come up in life where you would use statistics rather than definitive knowledge because there is some kind of emergency, some need to act now, and there's no time to get the actual facts about how many of something there are. Maybe a medical case, like if let's say there's you have some kind of disease and you could take this drug and it's been shown that 75% of patients who take this drug benefit from it and 25% actually it makes them worse. So, and you don't know whether you're in the 75% or the 25%. And maybe there's a need to act now. I don't know. Maybe you have one pill left or something, and you you can't get to a doctor to consult him, and so maybe you have one pill left, and I don't know what it cures you of potentially. Maybe we can just make it up. We can say like this it, for people who are in danger of having a heart attack, like in 75% of the cases, it actually prevents a heart attack from occurring. And in 25% of the cases, it increases the chance of a heart attack. And maybe you're in a situation, I don't know, you just ate a slice of cheesecake or something, and you're not sure which percent you are, um, and you don't want to have a heart attack, right? So you just have to act on the probabilities. There's no way to determine quickly. Maybe there's some other genetic marker which tells you which percentage you're going to be in. And if you had a physician analyze your genes, he would be able to tell you which group you're in, or at least which group you're most likely in. But let's say there's no time to consult a physician or a scientist. And so you just have to act on your general knowledge of maybe you think it makes sense to take the pill because you know that 75% of people it helps them rather than hurts them. So that's a case where you would act on statistical knowledge. Whereas if you had more time, if it weren't an emergency case, then you would want to find out, are you the type of person with the type of genes such that you're more likely, or maybe definitely, in the 75% category as opposed to the 25% category. So that's just to try to concretize this idea of when it might be good to use statistics to decide what to do. But like if you know you're in the 25%, let's say you have that knowledge, you had time to determine that, then the statistics become irrelevant to how you should act now, right? It doesn't matter that it helps 75% of the people. You have definite knowledge that you're not in the group that it helps. So you, at that point, you just ignore the statistics and um, you have certainty about how you should act. All right, so I got some more chats here from Cleric, Greg, and Simon has made an appearance. Hi, Simon. Says, "Hey Dan, hope you had a nice weekend." Yeah, it was nice. I went to the Irreplaceable Spark conference in California, which was put on by the Ayn Rand Center UK, and I enjoyed going to that conference. I talked a little about that near the beginning of today's live stream. Okay, I don't know if I read this one yet. Cleric says it definitely assumes you can gain knowledge through your senses in the world, unlike some wackier epistemologies. That is Bayesianism or Bayesian epistemology assumes you can gain knowledge through your senses in the world. Well, that's good. I do think knowledge starts with the senses. I'm an empiricist in that sense, following Aristotle and Ayn Rand. And John Locke, he was an empiricist. But there's different schools of empiricism. Uh, I won't go into that right now, maybe later. Some shows edit their splash screen for each episode. Oh, the thumbnail, you mean? You could just float the date over the graphics stored with each show. That might make it easier to find that comparing show links. Hold on a second. I'll be back in a few seconds. Just got to stop my camera for a few seconds. A little bit longer than I expected. Um, where was I? Oh, yes. I just read this one. This one is the one. I wouldn't say mathematizing is essential, though. The most important is just being quick on your feet, in a sense. Okay. Greg is explaining the stack ups thing. I wasn't sure what he meant by that before. I'm still not sure I entirely understand that, but oh, there's more elaboration here. Okay, I just read this one. Cleric says, "Ha, I love that." Something sounds like something she'd say, though I'm not hugely familiar with her. I think the this example was given in the example of counting the people in the lobby of the building was in his Leonard Peikoff's course, The Art of Thinking. I'll put that in the chat here. And you might be able to find that for free on the Ayn Rand Institute website. I think. Just I think that's a 8-part lecture, something like that. So and each lecture is goes on for maybe a couple hours, and there's a substantial Q and A's. So I don't know, I don't recall exactly which lecture, but maybe there's a description that can help you find that quicker. Greg says, will be the maximum material condition, least material condition? Okay, so that goes with what he was talking about up here. One thing that's interesting about the Bayesian perspective is that it says that truth is almost always a probability. It cures you of sickness, disease, 75% of the time. That was the example I was giving, the example I just made up. I think sometimes uh, philosophers are jealous or envious of the sciences and they try to mathematize things in order to make themselves seem more legit, more respectable, more rigorous. Maybe game theory is an example of this. That's something that evolutionary, one of my chatters, often likes to talk about. And modern symbolic logic, where you have variables, lots of variables, and it looks much more like math than just regular writing. I think a lot of that might be another example of, or an example of how philosophers try to lend their writings or their ideas a kind of rigor. And maybe that it does that in some ways, but maybe there's also some um, phoniness or pseudo rigor about it. Uh, I don't claim to have a like worked out view of that, but it's just something I wonder about. Like I wonder if Bayesian epistemology is trying to get some kind of rigor by mathematizing epistemology, whereas it's not really necessary to do that. Maybe it's just kind of a superficial rigor. Um, I'm not sure, but I do wonder about that now. I mean, this is not something I've thought about a lot, but it just occurred to me now. Clark says, I would argue that with your genes perspective, it's still a question of likelihood. It's rare to have something be absolutely true, or rather that you know if something is absolutely true. Yeah, so I gave the example that if you have certain genes, then you are in the group of 75% who will benefit from the pill, so you won't get a heart attack. And if you have other genes, then you're in the 25% who will be made worse. I just stipulated that, but maybe you're right that as an actual matter of fact, the way things usually are is even if you do have some genes, it's not definite that you're gonna um, react a certain way to some drug. But there might be other things that are completely determined by genes, like your eye color or your hair color. Maybe those are just encoded in your genes, and it's not an issue of probability. If you have a certain, maybe like darker colors are dominant. They're called dominant as opposed to recessive traits. Like blonde hair is recessive and brunette, dark hair is dominant. Same with eye colors, like brown or black eyes is dominant versus blue is recessive. Um, so even if it's true that 75% of people have dark hair, um, and so if you encounter a random person, you might think, well, there's a 75% chance that this person who I haven't seen yet is going to have dark hair just because the population as a whole, 75% of people um, have the dominant traits when it comes to hair. But if you have specific knowledge of someone and you know that they're blonde because you've seen them before, then it becomes irrelevant, even if it is encoded in their genes, right? Um, it's not an issue of probability what kind of hair color they have. Given their genes, it's 100% probable that they will have a certain hair color. Philosophers trying to mathematize things might be missing what philosophy is about, says Greg. I think you might be right. One way in which that might come up is the in metaphysics, like with the I know the mind body or the mind brain issue. A lot of philosophers think that to be scientific, you need to be a materialist. In dualism, the idea that there's some irreducible mental stuff as well as some irreducible physical stuff is some kind of spooky religious view. And Leonard Peikoff says something in his book, Opar, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, about this. How philosophers, they envy the sciences and they want everything to be measurable and have some kind of weight and length and mass. So like you can weigh the brain, right? A brain, maybe it weighs a few pounds, but can you weigh a thought? Well, that seems kind of weird, right? How could you like what? How heavy is my thought that today is Tuesday? It seems like a nonsensical sort of thing to say. And I think, and I remember Peikoff said something like, "Well, many philosophers will just dismiss non-mental or non-physical stuff by saying, oh, it's if you can't measure it, if you can't put it in a test tube and do chemical analysis on it, then it's not real." And I think he was saying this is a reflection of a improper view of the sciences. Um, Science is great, but um, that doesn't mean everything has to fit that mold, and you're not really being scientific, actually. If you're trying to force everything into the scientific mold and say, well, if it doesn't have a weight or a volume or a mass, then it's not real. So if consciousness is like that, it doesn't have a weight or a mass or a volume. If it's an immaterial sort of property, um, that doesn't mean it's unreal. It just means it's a different sort of thing or different sort of property. Um, in the behaviorists, I think this was one school of psychology who try to um, force everything into a scientific, in a narrow sense of scientific mold, and dismiss consciousness or the mind as even existing. Say it doesn't exist if it doesn't have these sorts of properties that we can measure in a scientific lab. Um, so that's maybe not so much philosophers trying to mathematize things as philosophers trying to scientize things. I don't even know how to say it, but scientistic, maybe that's the term that's sometimes used for having the kind of pseudo view of science, scientistic. Scient, I'm gonna Google that, see what comes up. Scientistic describes having an exaggerated belief in the principles and methods of science, often to the point of believing that science is the only way to gain knowledge and truth. Okay. I'm not sure that's exactly what I had in mind, but maybe it's at least in the neighborhood. Cleric says, sometimes I catch myself with that envy in all honesty, even though philosophy is awesome on its own in my eyes. Greg says, an observation that was brought up in another forum was that all other sciences require math in some form. Philosophy is the only science which does not. There might be some relevant discussion of these sorts of topics in Leonard Peikoff's course, Induction in Physics and Philosophy. I'll put that here in the chat, which maybe you've heard, but I think maybe it's in the final lecture of that course where he talks about philosophy being more fundamental than math or the sciences or both. It's something like that. It's been so long since I've heard it, but just so you have the reference, I think he does discuss that in the final lecture of this course. And I remember he was keen to emphasize that the formulation of the law of identity A is A, not A equals A, which is too mathematical. The law of identity is much more broad than just mathematics, which the equals might imply if you just had equals. It applies to everything that exists. So a rock is a rock, a thought is a thought, a color is a color. It's not just 2 equals 2 or x plus y equals x plus y. So I think maybe if you just think of the law of identity in terms of an equal sign, it might seem to imply that it's just a mathematical sort of statement, whereas I think he wanted to emphasize that it's a metaphysical statement. It applies to all of reality, not just the realm of mathematics. So that might have been part of his discussion about the relation of math and science to philosophy. Uh, so I'll just elaborate on this. I'll put in parentheses. Okay. Greg is away from his keyboard. Okay. Thanks for your chats, Greg. Induction requires something other than quantifying the all S's P. And that's subject and predicate, like all men are mortal, all S's P. That they all be itemized. Sure, there's a 100% chance that I typed 100% in this message. So absolute truth is possible, says Cleric. Yeah, I agree with that. Greg says, when I flesh that materialist point out on the mind a little better, perhaps I'll step into your arena and see if I can hold my ground. It has something to do with knowing things about dogs or knowing things about trees, the inferences you can apply with the knowledge. Knowing that I have free will and knowing that all men are men, then there are things I can know about myself and infer occur in others. Okay. All right. Well, I welcome you to come back and discuss this more whenever you like. You can also call in, Greg, if you want. If you want to do a call about this, up to you. I'm not sure what point exactly you had in mind here, where you talk about, you say you have a, when I flesh that materialist point out on the mind a little better, maybe you're referring to something here, or I'm not sure, but you can let me know later, either in the chat or, as I said, if you want to call in, you can do that. Mm. My voice is okay right now. I don't feel like I need to take a break. Sometimes in my previous streams, my voice has started to feel a little strained after a few hours. So I might need to take a break or end the stream after 3 or 4 hours. We'll see. But right now I'm okay. Um, but it would help to have another person to talk. Uh, it would give my voice some rest. I do feel like it's starting to feel a bit uncomfortable, but not so much that I need to stop now. Maybe I should get some water though. Let me grab my water. All right, anyone else out there want to raise a topic? Here's a new chat from Cleric. Oh, I wonder if Stephen is going to call in, Stephen McGowan, because he said he got off work at 5 o'clock, right? Or did I just make that up? Oh, he said I'll call next stream 5-ish. Maybe I guess I was thinking maybe that's when he gets off work. Well, it's now 5-ish his time. So I don't know if he's still listening, but if he is, maybe he will call in. You can call this number. Okay, so Cleric says, does it say atheism in your background? Yes, it does. Doesn't that imply presupposing materialism? Yeah, there it is, atheism. But I do not have materialism in my backgrounds. I don't think it implies materialism, at least if you have a certain understanding of what materialism means. So if you take materialism to be the idea that everything that exists is material or physical, these days it's often more common in academic philosophy to talk about physicalism rather than materialism, but you still see both. But I think they're we maybe for the purposes of this discussion, we can just treat them as the same. Or I could just use the disjunction and say either materialism or physicalism. So you might think that they are the ideas that everything is physical or material. And if that's the thesis, well, that raises the question, well, what exactly does physical mean, or what does material mean? And there's a whole literature on this, a whole debate about this. Can you even define what physical means? Some people say, no, it's not a well-defined term. Other people do try to define it. Like, does it mean something has a certain location in space? Is that what it means to be physical? Um, if so, does that exclude electrons, which some people, I think, have called point particles? Um, they don't take up space, but they're at a certain point. Well, I guess maybe you would say they still have a location. But anyways, I won't go into the details on the debate. I don't know that I could. But there's a debate about what exactly does it mean to say something is physical. One other answer to that, which I'll put on the table, and which I am somewhat sympathetic to, is that you can understand physical as being that which we know through extrospection as opposed to introspection. So when we look look out at the world or we're in contact with the world through our senses, we are aware of the things we are aware of are physical, whereas the things we're aware of when we introspect are introspective phenomena as opposed to extrospective phenomena. And those things we introspect, like the fact that I have a thought right now about an elephant, that thought is something non-physical. That's putting it in negative terms. You could also just say it's mental. So you could talk about the mental and the non-mental, or you could talk about the physical and the non-physical. And so you can make either side of it the negative or the positive. Um, and I don't know that this is necessarily a final definition you would want to use, but at least the first stab at a definition, you might identify the physical as that which we know through extrospection and the non-physical as that which we know through introspection. Uh, and if that's how you're understanding physicalism, then you might think, well, no, I wouldn't say physicalism is true because if that means everything is physical, that means everything is known through some extrospective means. But there are some things which I know through introspective means. Like I know the thoughts or the feelings that I'm having right now, not through extrospection, but by introspection. So there are some things which are non-physical. And you could debate that, right? We could have a back and forth, okay. But that's at least where you might start um, that's at least how you might start to illustrate uh, the view that physicalism or materialism is false, and that has nothing to do with a god, right? So you asked, does atheism imply, or presuppose materialism? No, I don't think it does. Like you could deny that there's some omnipotence, omnipresence, omnibenevolence entity who created the earth or the world, if that's what you mean by God. You can deny all that, but that doesn't mean you have to deny that there are non-physical things or non-material things like thoughts and feelings, beliefs. Cleric says, I've always found the idea that everything is physical problematic. Imagine you have a car made of stuff like steel, copper, and rubber. Problem is that transport is not physical as a concept. Hit the word count there. Might be a weird message to read. Yeah, you have a limited number of characters. If I just start typing random. Oh, it doesn't show me how many characters I have left. I think it might be 200 characters you have. But anyway, I think I understood what you're saying. Yeah, what about transport? Uh, the steel, the copper, and the rubber is material, but what about the transport? Well, maybe a materialist would say transporting is a physical action, not a physical thing, but it's a physical action as opposed to thinking, right? You might say thinking is a non-physical action, but weightlifting is a physical action. So there might be different sorts of different categories of the physical. Like maybe you could divide the physical into physical entities, physical actions, physical attributes, and a materialist or a physicalist might grant that something like transport or locomotion is not a physical entity as a hunk of copper or rubber is, but it's still a physical action. And that's enough for the physicalist thesis that everything is physical to be satisfied. Like transportation or locomotion would not be an exception to the physicalist thesis. It would be an instance of it, but an instance in a different way than a hunk of steel or copper or rubber is. It's still part of the extrospective world if we're going to go with that definition of physical. Like you can see out in the world something is moving, um, as opposed to seeing motion by introspecting. It's still a spatial sort of phenomenon. When you transport or locomotes, you are going from somewhere to somewhere else in space. So there's something spatial about transportation, whereas the mental, it's not, at least not obvious that there's anything spatial about it. You might think of mental phenomena like beliefs or conscious as being non-spatial. Like my belief doesn't have, it's not located at a certain point in space. At least it's not obvious that it is. You might say it's in my brain, but is it? Like at what point in my brain can you like drill 5 centimeters into my brain and find a certain belief, or is that just the wrong way to think about it? You might think you find a neuron 5 centimeters into my brain, but a neuron that encodes a certain belief, but it's not clear, it's not obvious, at least, that the neuron is the same thing as the belief that it encodes, if it even does encode. I guess there's room for debate. Maybe it's I don't know that there is that we have knowledge as to exactly how beliefs are encoded in our brains. Yeah, I think I see what you're trying to get at. But I think there are answers which I tried to give that a materialist could offer in response to this. Like if you're offering this as an exception, as a counterexample to their thesis, you say the problem for the materialists, the problem for the idea that everything is physical is that there's something like transport. You say it's not physical as a concept. Well, as a the concept of physical, I think, yeah, that's different than the the fact of transportation. Like there's transportation and then there's our concept of transportation. So if um so a and there's cars and then there's our concept of a car. So you might think there can be a car independent of the mind and there can be transportation independent of the mind, or at least independent of my mind. Like even if I didn't exist, there could still be cars and there could still be transportation. Um, But to have the idea of a car or the idea of transportation or the concept, as you say, to have the concept of something, yeah, it's less clear that you could have that if there weren't any minds. You might think the concept is an example of something that's non-physical. That concept might be encoded in physical phenomena like neurons. Like maybe you have to have certain neurons or certain kind of brain structure of some kind in order to have concepts. Like I don't think animals, given the brain structure they have, can have concepts as humans have. So maybe you do need a certain kind of brain structure to have concepts, but that doesn't mean the brain structure is the same thing as the concepts. It just means it's a necessary condition of concepts. At least that's a view that's I'm sympathetic to, and I think it makes sense. So yeah, I think the concept of whatever, whether it's cars or transportation, is harder to make consistent with a physicalist. It is more problematic for a thesis of physicalism than the thing that the concept refers to, the car itself, for example, as opposed to the concept of the car. I like that idea that the neuron necessary belief A for belief A isn't belief A, says Cleric. Yeah, I think that's important points. And some people will, like philosophers, will debate that, and they'll say, for example, C fiber firing just is pain. This was an example that was used a lot in mid 20th century philosophy. Behaviorists, for example, uh, UT Place, JJC Smart. I think these were some of the mid 20th century philosophers who held this view of it was called the mind brain identity thesis. That, for example, your experience of pain on the one hand and the firing of certain neurons, they call them C fibers. That might be outdated terminology. Maybe neuroscientists use other terms these days, but at least back in those days, this was a common example that C fiber firings are identical to pain. And so they would disagree with this. They would say um, the neuron just is belief A. That's a little different example, but um, it's not merely that the neuron or C fibers, whatever you want to call them, are necessary for having a certain belief or a certain experience like pain. It's that they are identical to the belief. Actually, belief A is the C fiber firing or the neuron firing. That's what the mind brain identity theorists would argue. And that viewpoint came under attack, and you had other sorts of materialists or physicalists who tried to make sense. They would say, okay, I can't say it's identical to it, but it's still, they still tried to support the physicalist thesis or the materialist thesis, but in a somewhat different way. They discarded the notion that there was an identity, but um, I think a lot of them became what's called functionalists. So if some physical stuff serve the function, it doesn't matter what it's made of. Like, what would be an example? You could have a mouse trap that's made out of wood, or you could have a mouse trap that's made out of plastic, or a mouse trap that's made out of metal, yet they're all mouse traps. Why? Because mousetrap is a functional notion. It doesn't refer to the specific material something is made out of. It refers to the fact that something serves a certain purpose. In this case, the purpose of or the function of trapping mice. So they had a functionalist understanding of the minds. This became popular, I think, in the 1970s. No longer did they have this identity theory that you have to be made out of certain, or something has to be made out of certain material in order to be a mind. It's just that it has to serve a certain function, regardless of the material it's made out of. So, just like with the mousetrap, um, likewise, they would say, well, with consciousness or mental states, it doesn't matter if it's uh, like a human brain or an octopus brain or silicon chips, like in a robot. as long as it's serving the function of, and I guess it's a further question what the function is, or what the relevant function is in this case. As long as some relevant function is being served, it doesn't matter what the material is used to serve that function. We can still call it a mind or a mental state. So there was a shift from these identity theorists to a more functionalist view of the minds. And they would still, I guess they would say, well, whatever serves the function has to be some or other kind of material. Maybe it doesn't have to be C fibers in particular. Like I said, maybe it could be silicon chips in a robot. It doesn't matter what the particular material is, but it has to be some kind of material. So I think that's the way they tried to preserve the materialist view. It was this has also been called non-reductive physicalism. So you can't reduce if reduce means identify the mental with the physical. You can't say pain just is C firing, but you can say pain is either fiber firing or silicon chips being active or some other material doing some kind of function. So there was like a disjunction of states. It wasn't just pain equals C fibering. It was pain equals C fiber firing or this other thing or this other thing or this other thing. So some people called it Jerry Fodor is one of the main philosophers, I think, who supported this view of the mind, a functionalist view of the mind, where it had this sort of disjunctive structure. But it's still a physical structure because all the disjuncts in between the ors were some or other physical sort of thing. But that was hot in the 1970s or 80s, and I think I don't know what the I guess when I was in grad school, non-reductive physicalism was still probably the most common form of physicalism that philosophers would try to argue for. But I think people like Jaegwon Kim argued against it for something more like the identity theory. Um, so that, but then you also have dualists like David Chalmers who were increasingly popular, I guess, starting in the 90s. You might have heard of David Chalmers. He came out with a book in 1996 called The Conscious Minds, and that was very influential. But even though I think dualism has become more popular since then, the dualism being a non-physicalist sort of view of the mind, I think physicalism still is more dominant in the most dominant view today. And I argued against that in my dissertation. My dissertation was titled A Critique of the Scientific Case for Physicalism. And I've talked about that on my channel before. And I've got a video about it. I go over some of the main ideas in my dissertation. All right, Cleric says he has to go. He says, thanks for the talk. He's got to head off. All right, thanks for coming by, Cleric. I do appreciate you being here. All right, and your contributions in the chat. Yeah, there is something elegant about functionalism, at least on certain examples like mousetrap. I think there are certain cases where I think of having a functional idea of something is the right way to see it. But I think it's less clear that that works well in the case of the mind. There are some zombie thought experiments which David Chalmers used, I think, at least partly, to refute functionalism. Like even if something serves a certain function, like maybe something outwardly appears to, and in fact doesn't merely appear, but does behave in a certain way. If there's no conscious experience, if someone just looks like a human, acts like a human, functions like a human, but there's no lights on, so to speak, there's no conscious experience, then you're missing something important. You haven't really gotten at what consciousness is if you leave out the non-functional, the what it's like. What is it like to experience pain or to experience the color red? I think these are some examples Chalmers gives. And he says that even if something is a functional duplicate of a human being, it's not a duplicate simpliciter. It's not a complete, in other words, complete duplicate because it's missing consciousness. So this shows that just giving a functional analysis uh, is inadequate to capture the nature of the mind, because you can have something that is functionally identical to a human being, but that doesn't have conscious experience. At least that's the thought experiment. And he calls that a zombie, something that functions the same but doesn't have conscious experience. And the fact that you can conceive of such a thing is evidence that um, conscious experience is not properly thought of as in functional terms. It's not properly thought of in functional terms. And people have tried to argue against Chalmers and say that his conceivability arguments doesn't work. The fact that we can conceive of zombies isn't a good argument that consciousness is not functional. And there's quite a literature on that, and it can get quite technical. I've looked into it a little bit, but that's not that wasn't the main focus for me when I was focused on philosophy of mind in graduate school. It reminds me of a point that comes up in objectivism and the introduction to objectivist epistemology. Actually, there's a essay by Leonard Peikoff that has been added to that book called The Analytic Synthetic Dichotomy. And he talks in that essay about how just because you can imagine something doesn't mean it's possible. Um, so you might think, well, just because you can imagine a zombie, something that is physically identical to a human, but that doesn't have conscious experience, doesn't mean it's possible for there to be such a thing. Um, I don't know that that point is relevant to Chalmers' argument, but that did occur to me. Well, maybe I'll explore that more later. If you all are interested, maybe we could talk about that more. Um, I don't see any other chats here though, so does anyone else want to jump in? While I still have a voice, I don't know when my voice is going to give out. It's been 3 hours now. And I think last time I felt like I needed to at least take a break around this time. So I don't know that I'm going to be doing another 7 hour stream. My record length for a stream is about 7.5 hours, I think. So Hmm. I don't know if I'm ever going to break that record. Maybe my future streams will be much shorter, usually. So can't guarantee how long I'm going to go today. I might end it really suddenly if I start to, if my voice starts to hurt. But at least right now, I'm still here. So if there's a topic you want to raise, now's a good time for it. I guess the longer I go, the less likely I'll be able to answer it. Speaking of statistics, we were talking about statistics and probability earlier. I guess it's safe to assume that the longer my stream goes, the less likely I'll be able to answer something because the more likely my voice is going to start to hurt the longer it goes, and I'll need to end. So now's a good time to raise something if you want to raise something. The last stream was really good for subscribers. I got 4 subscribers during the stream. Interestingly, I noticed that um, many of my streams, it shows I get many more than 4, but I think a lot of them unsubscribed during the stream because I saw a bunch of streams where maybe I can show you an example. Let me go to my YouTube studio. Okay. Well, this one says 5, but I remember seeing some streams where it said I had over 10 subscribers during the stream. Let me try this other one. Oh, well, this one says 6. Let me try one more. Okay, this is a good one to show. Yeah, I'm going to share this one. Okay, look at this. It says this is the stream titled "The Enemy from Within." Is Trump making a move to be dictator? That's at least part of the title. And it says I got 11 new subscribers, but I have never seen that. Like I've never seen a stream where comparing the number of subscribers I have before the stream to the number I have after the stream, I don't think I've ever seen that number go up by more than 4. But this says I had 11 subscribers. So the only thing I can conclude is that 11 people subscribed during the stream, but a bunch of them also unsubscribed during the stream. I don't know why else it would tell me I have 11 here, but I've never seen it go this high, like just comparing the beginning to the end of the stream. So maybe I get a lot of people who subscribe and unsubscribe in the middle of streams. So I'd be curious to get some confirmation of that. I don't know why people do that also. Maybe they get interested for a few seconds and then I say something in the next sentence or paragraph that they don't like and then they cancel their subscription. But anyways, the last stream was good in terms of preserving subscribers because I think the number that shows up here for the last stream is actually 4. And 4 people also is the number. It went higher comparing the beginning to the end of the stream. So maybe the 4 that subscribed during my last stream, if they stuck around. Maybe this is a good time for a break since I don't see any new chats. Maybe I could incentivize people to subscribe by offering the perk of getting a free super chat. I don't know if I made it official before, but um, I've often talked about how once I hit 1,000 subscribers and I can take super chats. Well, I don't even need 1,000 subscribers. I can just because to take super chats, you only need 500 subscribers, and I already got that. It's just that I need more watch time. So, anyways, once I get monetized and I can start taking super chats, I will give you a free super chat. I'm making it official now if I haven't already in the past. If you are a public subscriber, meaning you have to have your subscription set to public so that I can verify you're actually subscribed. Because you can also be a private subscriber, and then I don't know, you can be subscribed, but there's no way for me to verify that. But if you're a public subscriber and are part of the first 1,000 subscribers, then I'll give you a free super chat. So I'll see if more people subscribe now that I've made that offer. And it has, or here's another part of the offer. I got to put a time limit on it. I don't know if I want people to be able to claim this like 15 years from now. Maybe I'll say you have to claim your free super chat within the first year or something. Yeah, I guess I'll make that my, at least for now. I'll, I guess I should write that in the chat. Okay, I'm going to type this in the chat. If you are one of my first 1,000 subscribers and you subscribe publicly, then you can have a free super chat, meaning you can ask me a question, and even if you don't attach money to it, I'll still answer the question. I might be doing that anyways for a while because I don't know that just because I can start taking super chats doesn't mean I'm going to have super chats for the entire time, an entire stream. Maybe I'll just get one super chat in a given stream. I don't know. But anyways, I'm going to say that. So I don't know if this is actually going to be much of a perk, but we'll see. We'll see. If you are one of my first 1,000 subscribers and you subscribe publicly, then you can have a free super chat, at least if you claim it within the first year. First year from the time when I become monetized. So, or I'll say within 1 year of my becoming monetized. Now it tells me how many characters I have left. It started showing up once I got 30 characters, once I had 30 characters left. Maybe to save a few characters, I'll say, okay, I think that's good. All right, there's my offer. I'll see if that leads to any new subscribers. Another way I thought maybe I could get subscribers is by restricting the chat to subscribers only. There's a way to do that. Right now, it's open to anyone, whether or not you're subscribed. And that's how it's always been. But I could change that. Well, Stephen McGowan still hasn't called in, even though it's after 2 p.m., after 5 p.m. his time. So uh, if that's when he stopped working, then maybe that's some more evidence that he's not going to call in, and he's the same person as the person I blocked. He was going to call in to show me that he's not the same person, I think. Or maybe he just has something else to do. I don't know. I guess I could talk about what he asked about. He was asking about the blockade in Gaza. I don't think you've given a sufficient explanation for why you think the 19-year blockade of a civilian population is justified in your objectivist lens. It is a gold standard example of collective punishment. I talked about collective punishment in a previous live stream, and I remember I said in the case of war, you can't, it's not like criminal justice. It's not like the criminal justice system where you have to treat people as individuals and prosecute them as individuals. That's just not how war works. It's taking the idea of retaliatory force or something out of context. More of your own individual citizens can die if you don't, for example, drop a bomb on some enemy population. And even if there are innocents who die as a result of that, um, more of your own innocence can be harmed or killed if you don't do something like that. So, like if you go in and try to do street fighting to rescue hostages, like I heard Yaron Brook talking on his show about how 12 Israeli soldiers died or would have to die in order to save one Israeli hostage. Now, is that really a fair trade-off? Is that a pro-individualist viewpoint? In order to avoid civilian casualties on the enemy side, you lose a bunch more individuals on your own side. Um, Whereas if you just drop the bomb on the enemy population and you end up killing the hostage from your own side as well as a bunch of the enemies, but you save a bunch of your own soldiers' lives, then um, what's the better thing to do? It's not obvious, at least, that you should sacrifice or give up 12 of your own people to save one of your own people in order to spare a bunch of people on the enemy side. So if you're an egoist, if you think it's good to do what's best for yourself to protect the rights of your own people, I think what that looks like in war doesn't mean that you're going to be able to distinguish between innocent and guilty parties on the other side. You have to treat people as parts of a nation in the context of war, at least in some cases. It's not like Israel shouldn't target people it knows to be innocents, but it's not doing that. If people like that are collateral damage, then that's much different than if they're being targeted. It's tragic if innocent people die like that, but the fault lies on the aggressor, the people who started the war, which I think is Hamas. So it's not that they're being, if punishment implies you're doing something to someone because they've done something wrong, that's not what it is. It's collateral damage. It's not punishment. I don't know what I wonder what I get if I look up a definition of punishment here. The infliction or imposition of a penalty for an offense. Okay, that's not what it is if an innocent person dies. You're not inflicting a penalty for an offense because the innocent person hasn't done an offense. So it's not right to think of the death as punishment. It's just a tragic side effect. It's collateral damage. All right, so there's a little on what he was asking about. So I guess to summarize, I would say he's misconceptualizing what's going on there. I mean, he's thinking of it as collective punishment, whereas I'm saying it's collateral damage. And collateral damage, I think, is consistent with objectivism and egoism, which is part of objectivism, whereas collective punishment is not. So I don't know if I ever said it was justified, but I think I at least make clear whenever I've talked about this issue that some people die as tragic side effects, not because Israel is targeting them, but it's just collateral damage. And that's how war works and should work if you're fighting it in an egoistic sort of way, as opposed to an altruistic war where you are sacrificing your own citizens for the sake of sparing innocents on the enemy side. Oh, Greg is back. All right. Well, I've addressed everything in the chat. Anyone else want to raise a topic? I have a incentive to stay here for longer so I can get more watch time and sooner reach my goal of monetizing my channel. But if I'm going to stay here, I need something to talk about. So you all can help me with that. So what's on your minds? Anyone want to volunteer something? Greg's sure Greg's not the only one here, but maybe everyone else wants to be anonymous right now or just a lurker, as one person said. Thanks for the likes. See, we're up to 12 now. Anybody want to call in? Well, maybe I should take a break. You can call in whether you're completely new. It's fine with me. I'm happy to talk to new people or people who are my regular viewers. So, regardless of how much you know about Ayn Rand's, I'm happy to have a chat with you if you want to call in. As long as it's civil and respectful, that's the main thing. I'm fine with it. Oh, maybe I should copy this chat in case it gets lost again. Sometimes that happens. Yeah, I'll do that because I like to paste the chat into a comment sometimes in case the live chat replay is not available. Greg says he just came back in time for a break again. Florida Nick says he just learned that Hurricane Melissa had wings of 160 miles an hour. Winds of 160 miles an hour. Wow. Is that a category 5? I haven't been following that, but I know some people in Florida, so I gotta check on that. Oh, yes, I was going to open up a new Google Doc and paste the chat into it. Actually, 185 miles an hour. 120 is a category 5. Jeez, that's well above the threshold. It's hitting Jamaica right now. I want to look up the path of this hurricane. Oh, okay. Well, it looks like it didn't come close to Florida. Maybe I just thought of Florida because Florida Nick is the person who mentioned it. But you didn't say anything about Florida, right? Yeah, you just mentioned the name of the hurricane. Okay. Well, that gives me a little relief because I know some people in Florida, so I guess they were spared. Yeah, I guess if you mention hurricane, I just assume it's somewhere in the Caribbean and maybe Florida. But but it's I guess it's not far from Puerto Rico where Yaron Brook is. Although I think he's traveling now. Isn't he in London or Israel at the moment? But it looks like it didn't go through Puerto Rico, but it's closer to Puerto Rico than to Florida. Oh, there's just projections, right? These are because what I'm seeing right now is where it will be on Wednesday, on Thursday. Oh, so right now it's in Jamaica. That's what you were saying? Okay, yeah, it's in Jamaica now, you say? Okay. From what I saw, it looked like it was not going to hit Puerto Rico. That's good. He was giving a live broadcast earlier. Well, I think I'm going to take a break now or soon. Get a snack, and usually the part after the break, or at least often, it's shorter. Like I've been going for 3.5 hours, but the part after the break, maybe it'd only be 1 hour or half an hour, but maybe not another three and a half. I'll see how I feel. But in the meantime, you all can keep chatting if you want. That'll give me more material to engage with after the break. So that would be helpful. Uh, or you can call in if you want. All right. So Greg says he's speaking to Cardiff Students for Liberty. Okay. So he's in the UK right now. All right. So I'm going to change my screen name to I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Let's see if all that fits. Oh yeah, I included the part on that I'm on break too. So now that's going to show up if I turn off my camera. That now appears in the middle. And I will also type that in the chat. It's 2:58 p.m. now, so Pacific time. So around 3, I'll just say around 3:15 to keep it easy, simple. Greg says that, oh, this was back in 2017. It wasn't a live talk, though a live chat accompanied the premiere for the broadcast replay. Okay. All right, so I just put a message there in chat about my break. So I'll be back in about 15 minutes and we can continue after the break. So I encourage you all to keep chatting and I'll see you in a bit. Okay, bye for now. I am back. I'm just renaming myself on Zoom. Okay. Welcome to the Norton Show. Welcome back to the Dan Norton Show. If you are just joining, I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, and I like to engage with my viewers. So I encourage you to chat or call in. I have a number which I have pinned in the chat, which you can you can use. There's also a Zoom link. That might be the easiest way to call in. Haven't had any chatter or callers today, but who knows? Maybe there will be some. Looks like there's been some chats from Greg and Florida Nick, i.e. Rational 863 during the break. Let me see what they've been talking about. Something about Yaron, one of Yaron Brooks' videos. When some video is going to come out. That reminds me of something we could talk about. If there's any videos you want me to comment on, I could do a reaction in real time. I might want to at least take a sample look at it without playing it, but if it looks like it's something I would have something to say about, then I could do a reaction. I don't want to just play a video and not have anything to say about it. So I guess there's a risk of that happening if I haven't viewed it before. Although maybe I could just edit that out later. I don't want to break terms of service and be get a copyright strike though. Um, but maybe that wouldn't happen if I edited it out later, right after the stream, as the stream is being processed by YouTube's algorithms. I want to see if I can make the chat display without. Last time I was trying to display the chat without popping it into its own window, it wasn't showing up the way I wanted it to. But I'm going to try it again now and see if it's still doing that. Yeah, it's still doing that. Okay, so I guess I'll just continue with the popped out chat. Greg says, welcome back, Dan. Thank you. We were just exploring more rabbit holes. Yeah, I saw that. Or you're trying to identify some video by Yaron Brook. So I was saying that you all could, if there's some video you want me to react to, you could let me know. I suppose I could look for videos myself to react to. That could give us some more content to discuss. Actually, that reminds me of something I can talk about a little. I finished editing my second commentary video on my calls to David Pakman show. So I just need to create a thumbnail and then that one will be ready to go. Maybe I'll do that this week. I'm going to it in my YouTube studio now. Yeah, it's 13 minutes and 38 seconds. So last time I talked about this, I had edited my portion, my commentary, but I hadn't yet spliced in the original video that I was commenting on. But I've now spliced that in. So the video is ready to go. And I created some slides to go with it. They appear in place of some of the video. So all I need to do now is create a thumbnail and then I can release that video. Maybe I'll do that before my next live stream. But is there any video you would like me to react to? What other topics? I'm trying to think of other content we could have. Where's my list? Oh yeah, here's something I wanted to try. I would like to be able to do drawings on screen, maybe if I want to illustrate something. So I was thinking I could either use an iPad, which I don't have currently, but then I thought, oh, well, maybe I can just do a drawing in Keynote, which is like PowerPoint, but it's for Macs, which is what I use. And I just have a trackpad. I don't have like if I had an iPad, I guess I could use a stylus and maybe that would make it easier to draw. But in the meantime, at least I could use my trackpad. So maybe I'll do that. I'll see if I can create a keynote presentation and then just as an experiment, see if I can write or draw something and then share that on screen. Where's do you all out there use Keynote? Are you familiar with that? Right now I'm looking for just a drawing tool. So that I could drag my mouse around or on the mouse pad or the trackpad. Maybe I should do a quick Google of that. How to draw in Keynote. Use the drawing tool on the iPad/iPhone. I'm not using an iPad or iPhone. I'm using a Mac laptop. by tapping the plus icon and selecting drawing. Oh, or the pen tool on Mac by clicking the shape button in the toolbar. Where's the shape button in the toolbar? Okay, here's the shape button. And oh, is that the pen? No, that's something else. I think I'm getting closer though. Shape, objects. Where's the, I don't see a pen. Oh, you put a link in the chat? I can't see links. You can't post links. You'll have to describe it to me. You could email me a link. Um, but I think only I can post links. Maybe I can change the setting. Actually, that's an experiment I could do. Um, The War After the War by Yaron Brook is the link I provided per Florida Nick's inquiry. Khan Academy does his in Microsoft Paint and was pretty quick at it. If you send an email to the selfishness project at gmail.com, you can put a link in that in the email and then I can paste it in the chat. Fountain pen, is that gonna, oh, that's a picture of a pen, not a pen I can use to draw stuff. All right, I'm going to the Apple support instructions. Okay. Oh, that's not the kind of drawing I want to do. All right, maybe it's better to figure this out later. I could ask you questions. Maybe that's a way to generate content. Like Greg, I could ask you, when did you first read Ayn Rand? Or do you have any disagreements with objectivism? You don't have to answer these, but I'm just trying to think of ways to generate material. Or anyone can answer those questions. When did you first read Ayn Rand? Do you have any disagreements with her? Greg says you read her in 1990, and off the top of his head, he doesn't have any disagreements. How about Florida Nick? Do you want to say Florida Nick? Those are the only two recent chatters. I don't know who else might be here now. Florida Nick says no, and I don't have any disagreements. 2010 is when Florida Nick first read Rand. I first read Rand in 1997. I mentioned a small disagreement with Rand in the last stream. She says it's only proper to help strangers in cases of emergencies. And I gave some examples where I thought it was appropriate to help strangers where it's not an emergency. So, for example, someone is carrying things in their arms and they come up to a door, and you could help the stranger by opening the door for them so they don't have to put all their stuff down in order to get through. So that would be a case where I think it's appropriate to help a stranger that's not an emergency. I don't think Ayn Rand would disagree with that, but at least the formulation that she gave in her article, The Ethics of Emergencies, wouldn't have been compatible with that, because it said only to help strangers in emergency cases. But more substantively than that, I've talked in previous streams and videos about the dictionary definition of selfishness. She says it's concern with one's own interest, but I don't think that is right, at least for typical dictionaries. What you typically find is concern with one's own interest at the expense of others or without regard for others, something like that. So if what she means by the dictionary definition of selfishness is what you actually find in a dictionary, then I would disagree with her on that point, at least if we're talking about a typical dictionary. I have seen her sort of definition in one or two dictionaries. It's just not common. But I've looked in dozens of dictionaries, so most of them don't have the sort of definition he gives. And what the implications are of this, that's another question. Like, does that mean she should use a different word for her view? Um, Greg says, which dictionary? Let me just share the chat again. She she identifies about five or six different dictionaries in in her writings. Actually, this is one thing I used the Objectivism CD-ROM for. I did a search on the word dictionary. I actually that would be interesting for you to do that since you have access to it. You say the Objectivism Research CD-ROM is on this computer, so I can access it on the fly at times. So if you do a search right now for dictionary, then you can find all the dictionaries that Ayn Rand herself cites. Sometimes it's a Random House dictionary, and there's different editions. Like there's a 1968 collegiate edition, I think she cites sometimes. I think there's one from the okay, you just said 1966. Um, there might also be a 1968 version. I think there might be one from the 50s, a random. I think there's multiple Random House dictionaries she cites. There's an American Heritage Dictionary, I think. Maybe that's the one from the 50s, 57. She does cite one Webster's dictionary. I don't know the year of it. I can't remember the year of it, but I looked up selfishness or selfish in all of the dictionaries that she does cite, and none of them have the sort of definition that she gives, as far as I recall. I found the dictionaries in my university library, as many of them as I could. So I actually researched it, and oh yeah, yeah, this is the one I mentioned. American College Dictionary, New York Random House, 1957. So if you look in some people say, well, okay, maybe the definition of selfishness that Rand gives in, she writes in, actually, maybe I should pull that up. I have it on Kindle. Yeah, let me pull up my Kindle so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, I found the passage. And I'm going to share my Kindle screen here. Now you see it. This is the introduction to Ayn Rand's book, The Virtue of Selfishness, a new concept of egoism. That's the oh, that's the beginning of, is that the beginning of the introduction? That's the cover. I think this is your best-selling nonfiction book, 1.3 million copies sold. And this came out, I don't know when this cut. I think this came out around the time of the centenary, the 100-year anniversary of Ayn Rand's birth in 2005. They came out with new covers for her books. I think this cover came out around there. But anyway, if we oh, this is just some marketing copy, I think, quotes from her book that appear in the first few pages to hook people. More writings by Ayn Rand. And then we get to the table of contents. So in the introduction, that's the part I'm going to show you. Let me read some of this. The title of this book, The Virtue of Selfishness, may evoke the kind of question that I hear once in a while. Why do you use the word selfishness to denote virtuous qualities of character when that word antagonizes so many people to whom it does not mean the things you mean? To those who ask it, my answer is for the reason that makes you afraid of it. But there are others who would not ask that question, sensing the moral cowardice it implies, yet who are unable to formulate my actual reason or to identify the profound moral issue involved. It is to them that I will give a more explicit answer. It is not a mere semantic issue, nor a matter of arbitrary choice. The meaning ascribed in popular usage to the word selfishness is not merely wrong, it represents a devastating intellectual package deal, which is responsible more than any other single factor for the arrested moral development of mankind. In popular usage, the word selfishness is a synonym of evil. The image it conjures is of a murderous brute who tramples over piles of corpses to achieve his own ends, who cares for no living being and pursues nothing but the gratification of the mindless whims of any immediate moment. Yet, the exact meaning and dictionary definition of the word selfishness is concern with one's own interests. So that's the part I want to focus on. Is this actually the dictionary definition of the word selfishness, concern with one's own interests? And I say, no, it's not. If you look in most dictionaries, you do not see this. You'll see something more like concern with one's own interests at the expense of others, or concern with one's own interests without regard for others. So if what this means is the sort of definition you find in actual dictionaries, I don't think this statement is accurate. Now, some people, Greg Salmieri is one, has interpreted this as Rand saying what she thinks the dictionary definition should be, not what it actually is. What she means here is what the exact meaning and proper dictionary definition of the word is this. That's how Greg interprets this in A Companion to Ayn Rand. And maybe I can share that as well. I also have that in my Kindle library. Let me bring that up. Here, I'll share this now. So this is a book edited by Alan Gotthelf, an objectivist philosopher, and Gregory Salmieri, another objectivist philosopher. Um, Companion to Ayn Rand. It's an academic work with many essays in it. We can take a look at it's part of this series called Blackwell Companions to Philosophy. That's an academic series. And these are some other books. A companion to this, that, and the other. There are lots of companions. So in 2016, there appeared a companion to Ayn Rand. And I'm trying to find the table of contents for this. Okay, here we go. I'm I don't remember the title of the essay. I can do a search, but I just want to take a quick look at the contents. So this is an essay, I think, by Alan Gotthelf, The Morality of Life. The Act of Valuing, that's by Greg Salmieri, I think. And I think it might just be in a footnote where he discusses this issue of the dictionary definition. But I don't remember which chapter the footnote appears in. Oh, egoism and altruism. I'm going to guess it's in that essay, situating Rand's egoism. Chapter 6. Yeah, I bet it's in that essay. Oh, Rand's reclamation of selfishness. Yeah, that's probably where it is. Let me, if I click on that, let me read a little of this. In the title, this is a section within that article, chapter 6, Egoism versus Altruism. There's a section in that essay called Rand's Reclamation of Selfishness. Other than Rand, the few recent advocates of ethical egoism have taken pains to distinguish what they advocate from selfishness, which is normally a term of reproach. Rand, by contrast, embraced the term. And then there's a link to a footnote. Maybe that's where he talks about the dictionary definition. But let me read a little more of this. When asked, why do you use the word selfishness to denote virtuous qualities of character when that word antagonizes so many people to whom it does not mean the things you mean? She responded, for the reason that makes you afraid of it. That's the part that I just read from that quote from the introduction to Virtue of Selfishness. Rand's crusading usage of selfish was a means of challenging the assumptions and attitudes that underlie the conventional usage. Far from being, quote, a mere semantic attitude or a matter of arbitrary choice, unquote, she thought that the conventional usage was wrong and represented an error, which is responsible for more than any other single factor for the arrested moral development of mankind. Yeah, that's more from the introduction that I read. Okay. So you give some analogies to other claims that have been reclaimed, like the term slut, which has a negative connotation, and maybe some feminists have tried to reclaim that. Maybe I'll look some more at that later, but I'm interested to see this footnote here. It's either 37 or 38. Oh, these are other philosophers or writers who use the term selfishness. I want to go to the part about the dictionary definition. Oh, okay. I guess it's a different footnote. 42, footnote 42. Let me go to that part. So I guess this is a few pages later in the same essay. Yeah. So here he says, presumably, when Rand speaks of the dictionary definition, she means how dictionaries ought to define the term, as opposed to how they actually define it. So that's how Greg's interpreting her. And he quotes that paragraph that I highlighted, where she says the exact meaning and dictionary definition of the word selfishness is concern with one's own interests. Presumably, what she means there is how dictionaries ought to define the term. Now, other philosophers, I think Harry Benzwanger interprets it differently. I think he interprets it as how dictionaries actually define it, not just how they ought to define it. Um, at least based on some discussion I've had with Harry. Um, I think that's his view. And I remember there was a talk in which Onkar Ghate, another objectivist philosopher, says if you actually look in a dictionary, you'll see that it's defined in the sort of way that Rand defines selfishness, concern with one's own interests. So maybe Onkar is another philosopher who interprets Rand as meaning how dictionaries actually define it, not how they ought to define it. Or maybe he's changed his view. I don't know, but at least in that one talk, it seems like he might be interpreting it differently than Greg is interpreting it here. But let me go on to read a little more of this from Greg. He says, some dictionaries do define the word in more or less the way Rand describes, but others include evaluative content or other related elements of the popular usage to which Rand would object. As I said, I did find one or two dictionaries that do define it in the way that Rand describes, more or less. However, the vast majority did not. I looked in maybe somewhere around 50 dictionaries across centuries, like going back to Samuel Johnson's dictionary from the 18th century, all the way through the 20th century, including the dictionaries Rand used. Many people will say, okay, well, maybe today's dictionaries don't define it as Rand did, but if you look at the one she used, then maybe you'll find this sort of definition there. But I looked in those as well, and I still didn't find them. And those are some of the ones that Greg was putting in the chat. A different Greg Lewis, not Greg Salmieri. Greg Lewis put in the chat that Random House Dictionary from 1966 and the American College Dictionary from 1957. And I looked in as many of those as I could, and none of them had this sort of definition. All right, but going on here, Greg says, in particular, some dictionaries include words like excessive in the description of the selfish person's concern with his own interests. Like selfish means excessive concern with one's own interests or concern with one's own interests to the exclusion of others, something like that. Thereby presupposing, contra Rand, that there is some maximum appropriate amount of concern with one's own interest. Definitions that say that the selfish person is prepared to sacrifice. Okay, I'm going to pause there. I'm not going to go on. I mainly wanted to get to this footnote, which is supporting this claim that some dictionaries do define the word more or less the way Rand describes, but others include evaluative content or other related elements of the popular usage to which Rand would object. So let's see what we find in this footnote 42. He says, for example, the American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language, 2001, defines selfish as concerned chiefly or only with oneself. Now, that word only, I think, could be significant. You might think that that is different than Rand's meaning because she doesn't use the word only. She says concern with one's own interests. She doesn't say concern only with one's own interests. And you might think when a dictionary writer or a lexicographer says concerned only with oneself, the most plausible way to interpret it is in the conventional way of you don't give a damn about others. Chiefly, that's different because that doesn't mean you don't give a damn about others, it might just mean if you do care about others, it's because they somehow contribute to your primary concern, your chief concern, which is yourself. So maybe part of this definition is consistent with Rand's, like the chiefly part, but not the only part. Okay, but let's go on to another example. The Random House Dictionary from 2005 defines it as devoted to or caring for oneself, concerned primarily with one's own interests, benefits, welfare, etc., regardless of others. Okay, so that's got the part that Rand objects to, the regardless of others part. And the Oxford English Dictionary from 1983 defines it as devoted to or concerned with one's own welfare to the exclusion of regard for others. The last two definitions go beyond Rand's if we take the remarks about the remarks concerning others to mean that the selfish man has no regard for others at all, but not if we take it to mean that any regard he has for them is subordinate to his self-regard. Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary, 1997, includes excessively in its definition of selfish. In Webster's Revised Unabridged Dictionary from 1996, includes unduly, like unduly concerned with your own interests. New Lexicon Webster's Encyclopedic Dictionary of the English Language, 1991, defines selfish as concerned only to satisfy one's own desires and prepared to sacrifice the feelings, needs, etc. of others in order to do so. Whoops, I skipped back a page. Prepared to sacrifice the feelings, needs, etc. of others in order to do so. Similarly, the Concise Oxford English Dictionary defines it as concerned chiefly with one's own profit or pleasure at the expense of consideration for others. So in the examples Greg Salmieri gives here, I think the majority are the kind of definition that is opposed to Rand's. He does say there's an issue of interpretation, but I think the most plausible interpretation concerning how to interpret others here, the remarks about others, is that they are the conventional meaning people give. I mean, I think that's, shouldn't we interpret a dictionary to be capturing common usage, how people ordinarily use these terms? I think that's the purpose of a dictionary, at least part of the purpose of a dictionary is to capture how these terms are used. And the way people typically understand selfish is to have some kind of regard for others that's um, where you're not showing them proper respect, you're being a rude jerk towards them. That's the sort of attitude towards others that I think people typically have in mind when they use the term selfish. So I think that's probably the best way to interpret these statements about others, not as simply meaning that your regard for others should be subordinated to your regard for yourself. So it's only, I think really it's only half of the first definition that's given here, just the chiefly part, because even that one has the only part. Um, So the samples of definitions he gives here, I think, is consistent with my experience that most dictionary definitions have the kind of definition of selfish that Rand is opposed to. All right, let me come back to the chat. Oh, evolutionary capitalist is here. Let me change the window I'm sharing. And that was all just under the heading of a place where I might disagree with Ayn Rand because I was asking people in the chat if they had any disagreements with Rand. And I thought, well, this is one place where I probably have a disagreement is her point about the dictionary definition of selfishness. At least assuming she means there the actual definition and not, as Greg interprets it, the how it ought to define the term. But even if you do think that she's offering that formulation concern with one's own interest as how a dictionary ought to define the term, I think you could argue that no, actually it shouldn't define it that way because the purpose of the dictionary is to capture common usage. And common usage is the sort of definition that is this package deal, well, what she calls a package deal understanding, where it not only includes concern with one's own interests, but also at the expense of others or without regard for others. Now, you can argue, and she does argue, I think she argues well that that is a package deal. So there's something problematic about that way of understanding the term, or it shows there's some kind of problem in our understanding if we don't have any other concepts, at least if we only have this package deal sort of concept and we have no other term, I think that's a problem. But that's a separate issue from what is the dictionary definition. So you could say if we form concepts in a non-package deal way, in a way that's according to the proper rules of epistemology, then we should have some concept whose definition is simply concern with one's own interest. But I think that's right. But whether we should use the word selfish to as the label for that concept, that's less obvious or less clear. But it is important to note there's some conceptual problem and that needs to be remedied somehow, whether it's to understand the word selfishness in a different than the conventional way or come up with some other term. Something should be done to capture this idea of simply concern with one's own interest. All right. So I just shared the chat again. Greg includes a quote from The Art of Fiction. If you are not sure of a word, look it up in a dictionary, preferably an old dictionary, because the modern ones are non-objective. Okay. Yeah, I remember her saying something like that in her book, The Art of Fiction. And as I said, I've even looked up in old dictionaries, even ones before her time, like Samuel Johnson's dictionary, and they still have the package deal sort of definition, concern with one's own interest at the expense of others. And I don't think this should be surprising because, as I said, if the point of the dictionary is to capture the way words are used, well, it's not like there has been some change throughout history, at least not to my knowledge, of the way the word selfishness has been used. It's always, as far as I know, going back centuries, it's been used in this package deal sort of way. So I don't think we should expect to find a different sort of definition. Like in the Middle Ages, when Christianity was dominant, I mean, should we expect to find a different sort of definition there, or should we be even more likely to expect a package deal sort of definition since altruism is often the way Rand portrays it. It's often portrayed as the altruists want to distort the meaning of selfishness, so that it seems like the only alternative to being an altruist is to be a brute who sacrifices others to himself. And you don't want to be that. So the alternative is to sacrifice yourself to others, be an altruist. And so maybe to promote their altruism, it's in their interest to promote the package deal sort of definition. So now I don't even think there were dictionaries back in the Middle Ages. I think dictionaries might be a modern phenomenon. I, and I think Samuel Johnson's Dictionary of the English Language was one of the early dictionaries, but that wasn't until the Enlightenments in the 18th century. But if there were dictionaries going back through the Middle Ages, um, I don't see why we should expect those to have Rand's sort of definition either. So I think Rand was doing something new um, in the way she's thinking of selfishness. I mean, the subtitle of her book, The Virtue of Selfishness, is a new concept of egoism. It's not, I'm reclaiming an old concept of egoism. It's a new concept of egoism. So if she's doing something new with the word, we we shouldn't expect to find something different, like more in line with her idea of selfishness if we look in older dictionaries. Now, maybe if you go back to the Greeks and Aristotle, where they did have a view of egoism more in line with Ayn Rand's, maybe if we looked at an ancient Greek dictionary, we would find something more aligned with her usage. Although, of course, then now we're no longer in the English language, we're in the Greek language. So Greg Salmieri has written an article about Aristotle's understanding of the Greek term philautos. I think that was the Greek term. I'm going to write it in the chat here. And that's a Greek term for self-love. Or maybe is it autophils? I don't know if they put the order of the words in the same order as English. Maybe I should do a quick search on that on Google. Aristotle on selfishness. I think this is available on Greg's website for free, or at least it used to be. There's a version. Oh yeah, Philatos. Here, I'll show this screen. But maybe oh, it's not going to let me download it. Oh, well, that's a little bigger. Oh, okay, that's pretty good. Um, Let me share this. So here's an article called Aristotle on Selfishness, Understanding the Iconoclasm of Nicomachean Ethics, Book 9, Chapter 8 by Gregory Salmieri. And here he's got a quote from Aristotle, and then I'll just read the beginning of this first paragraph. Greg writes, Nicomachean Ethics, Book 9, Chapter 8, makes a startling claim, the impact of which is too often muted in translation. In the forthright 19th century translation quoted above in this passage by an anonymous translator, Aristotle says that the good man is particularly selfish. Here, particularly selfish. The word for selfish here in the Greek is philautos, which is more often translated self-lover or lover of self. These translations reflect the word's etymology and thereby its relation to the chapter's opening question of whether one should love oneself or someone else most of all. However, the etymological translations fail to capture an important fact that Aristotle himself emphasizes. Philautos, like our selfish, is a term of reproach. Okay. I'll just pause there. I mainly just wanted to confirm that I was remembering philautos correctly as the Greek word that is sometimes translated as selfish into English. So if there were a dictionary of ancient Greek, and the closest word you would find there to um, the English word selfish is maybe the Greek word philautos, which, if you're going to translate it literally, etymologically, would mean self-love. So maybe here I'll just revise this to Greek term, which is sometimes translated self-love, or I think I'm sometimes translated selfish, but etymologically means self-love. Phil is love, and then autos, self, love of self, or self-love. Philosophy also has that phil in it. Love of wisdom. Sophia is wisdom. So philosophy is the love of wisdom. So I was saying, if you go back in the Christian era, maybe there's reason to expect that dictionaries, if they were to define selfish, or whatever I guess in the Middle Ages, it would be more often Latin that they used. So maybe the Latin would be egoism. I guess that would be, whereas selfish is more of the English term. The Latin would be egoismo, or that's a Spanish word. I don't know how it would be put in Latin, what the Latin word for selfish would be. Maybe something with ego as the root or part of the word would be the Latin term. But maybe the definition there would have this sort of package deal nature. And maybe a Greek. Now, the Greek, I don't know. Maybe the Greek definition would be different. Maybe the way this term philautos was used, it wasn't a package deal. I don't know. Maybe Greg talks about that in that article. I did read the article, but it's been a long time, years ago, so I don't remember what he says about that. But anyways, in response to the people who today will say, "Oh, well, maybe Ayn Rand got her definition of selfishness out of an older dictionary," assuming that means at least an English dictionary, and I don't think there's a reason to assume otherwise. Well, she did come from Russia, but I think even in Russian, I some people I know who have looked in Russian dictionaries have found the sort of package deal definition. But I've seen there's a letter in the book Letters of Ayn Rand where she says that after she moved to the United States in 1926, now she thinks in terms of English. So some people have speculated, well, maybe she got it her definition from some Russian dictionary, but if she's thinking in terms of English and she's already written novels by the time she's writing the introduction to The Virtue of Selfishness, which came out in 1964. She's been in the US for decades, thinking in English, in terms of English for decades. Then I think it's fair to say that we don't need to look outside of English dictionaries if we're gonna, like, if you say, well, maybe she had some Russian dictionary, I don't think that's really relevant because she's writing to people in English. She's writing to an English audience when she's writing The Virtue of Selfishness introduction in 1964. So that would be the relevant sort of dictionary definition to have in mind, um, at least by that time. And you can go back as far as you want in English language dictionaries, and I don't think there's reason to expect to find her sort of definition, um, the non-package deal definition, concerned with one's own interest. Because as long as there's been an English language, I don't think selfish has been understood in a non-package deal sort of way. And at least for the most part, I mean, even in the dictionaries, like I think one of the two dictionaries where I did find her sort of definition, it might have been a Random House dictionary from the 2000s, but I think in a later dictionary by Random House, it had changed back to the conventional package deal sort of definition. So maybe Random House decided they made a mistake and it was better to give the package deal definition. All right. Well, I'm glad I thought of that topic because that gave me a lot of material to discuss. But maybe there's some other topics that come up in the chat that I can talk about. See, there's a mention of game theory somewhere in Evolutionary's chat. We talked a little about game theory before in connection with mathematizing philosophy and whether that's sometimes done inappropriately to give it a veneer of rigor. But let me come back to the chat and see what I've missed. Okay, so yeah, I've looked it up in the OED, the Oxford English Dictionary, and I think there too, the package deal sort of definition goes back to as far as the Oxford English Dictionary goes back, at least the primary usage. It gives different senses of the term, but I remember there was one from, I think from the 1500s. There are quotations given from literature to support uh, the idea that a certain sense of the term is used. And I think the earliest one in the OED was from the 1500s. But there might have been a later sense that was closer to Rand's meaning, but it wasn't the primary sense. So, and Rand doesn't distinguish between different senses when she says the exact meaning and dictionary definition of the word selfishness is concerned with one's own interest. She doesn't say a meaning or one meaning is concerned with one's own interest. She says the, which you might think implies the one and only. Um, and you might think one and only is correct if what she means by that is the one and only proper dictionary definition. But um, I'm not convinced that is what she means. Okay, so Greg gives this is from the OED, the quality or state of being selfish, exclusive regard to one's own interest or happiness. Okay, well, this exclusive part, I think that's reasonably interpreted as without regard to others, caring only about oneself, exclusively about oneself. So I think this could be seen as the conventional sort of understanding of selfishness. Supreme love, supreme self-love or self-preference, which leads a person to direct his purpose to the advancement of his own interest, power, or happiness without regarding those of others. Okay. There again is the package deal part. Oh, yes, egotists. Ayn Rand used that word in The Fountainhead, and then she commented on it in her 25th anniversary to The Fountainhead in the 1968 edition and said that it came from this dictionary. And she thought it was not a good definition, but that's the one she was relying on. I don't remember how egotist is defined in that dictionary, but I think she later decided that egoist without this T in the middle here would be the better term to use. And she was led astray by this dictionary. I think that's what she says in the this 25th anniversary in the introduction to the 25th anniversary of the Fountainhead. Okay, here's some comments on addressing fear rather than kowtowing to it. Why do you use this word when it doesn't mean what many people think it means? That's the part being referenced here. Sometimes I felt unclear when I initially read that, and I'm not sure I agree with that, what she says there, that there's something inappropriate. Well, maybe the way it was, let me go back to that. I don't want to mischaracterize it. Where's my Kindle Cloud Reader? Here it is. My Zoom screen is frozen. Okay, now it's unfrozen. why do you use the word selfishness when that word antagonizes so many people to whom it does not mean the things you mean for the reason that makes you afraid of it? Sometimes when I read that, it it didn't really compute to me. Um, because you might think the reason it antagonizes people is for good reason. Because um, properly defined, it's this package deal sort of notion of concern for oneself without regard for others. And so there's good reason for it to antagonize people. It's not solely, I guess if you understand this as some people being concerned about using Rand's use of the word to denote virtuous qualities of character solely because it antagonizes, then there would be something second-handed about it, inappropriate. Like, who cares whatever th other people think? As long as I'm using the word correctly, I'm using it in the right way. And if others don't see that, well, that's their problem. But if you think that the concern here is that people have good reason to be antagonized, then it's not really a second-handed sort of worry. For those of you who don't know, Ayn Rand uses this term second-handed to denote someone who is not thinking for themselves, not thinking independently. So, and she calls those people second-handers as opposed to first-handers. Um, so I wonder if maybe there's something missing here. Like, if I were to ask this sort of question, would I say, why do you use the word selfishness? I don't know that I would go on to say when that word antagonizes. Maybe I would say, why do you use the word selfishness when it means concern with one's own interest without regard for others? Uh, Maybe that's how I would put it. I wouldn't put it as when it when that word antagonizes so many people. But if I were to start out the question in this way, maybe I would say, why do you use the word selfishness when that word rightly antagonizes so many people? Because it's properly understood in a different sort of way. Like, I wonder if this is the most charitable or accurate way to interpret people's concern. If this is this really the concern people have? Is it surely that it antagonizes people, or do people think that it antagonizes people for good reason? If so, if the latter, then it doesn't seem like there's necessarily something cowardly, that this question implies moral cowardice. Now, someone might say, like, I'm not afraid of it. It's just it seems like the wrong word. It's not an issue of being fearful. Like, why are you using the term in this new kind of way? I maybe I would agree with you that your notion of selfishness is good. I just wouldn't call it selfish because that's not what the term means. It's just an improper use of the term. It's not because I'm a coward. I'm happy to use whatever other term you want and endorse. Like, yeah, I'm all for living for myself, but let's just call it something else. Um, Now, there might also be people who, and I think there probably are people who are afraid of the idea of living for yourself And I guess maybe that's cowardly. But I don't think that's necessarily the case that I don't think it's necessarily the case that you're a coward if you object or at least raise questions about Rand wanting to use this term. But well, okay, then she goes on. She says there are others who would not ask that question, sensing the moral cowardice implies, but um, yet who are unable to formulate my actual reason. Okay, but then when she goes on to formulate her actual reason, isn't part of her formulation that, well, the exact meaning and dictionary definition is this? Okay, but then, as I've said, well, you can object to this. So if this is part of her explanation for non-cowards, well, you might think there's the explanation doesn't quite work because as we've seen, the dictionary definition is typically not this. So I think there's room for honest, healthy disagreements about this opening passage in the introduction to the virtue of selfishness. And this is about terminology. It's not about substance. Like you can agree that it's best to live for yourself and agree with Ayn Rand's conception of selfishness that that is a good way to live, and just disagree about the term. Um, so I don't see it as a substantive disagreement or dispute as opposed to just a linguistic run. I agree with her on the substance, but I think one can reasonably object to the language and maybe even the language is appropriate in the ends. But I think this here doesn't help the case, saying it's the dictionary definition, and maybe it even undermines the case. So I don't think this can be part of the explanation. If you are going to argue that selfishness is the right term to use for her view, I don't think this is the way to get there by saying that this is the exact meaning and dictionary definition of the term. And if you want to support this on the grounds that what she meant is the proper dictionary definition, even that, I think it's not clear that that's the case, given the function of dictionaries to capture common usage. I think maybe it would be confusing if the dictionary only said this, because people might say, well, that's not how I typically hear the word being used. It typically seems to involve some kind of disregard or of others, some kind of negative attitude towards others. So it makes sense that a lexicographer would include that. So I think there's reasonable grounds to disagree on this point. But I don't think it's the most important thing. The most important thing is the substance, like whether it's actually good to live for yourself. And I think it is. All right, I've been going on this for a while. So maybe this will end up in the title. I've thought about doing a standalone video just on this topic of the dictionary definition of selfishness, and maybe what I'll do is cut this out and make it its own video. I'll just cut out this part of the live stream. And I might do that more going forward. I've done that in at least one case, but after I publish the Pac-Man videos, which I think I want to be next to each other on my channel, maybe I'll start excerpting parts of my live streams and publishing more of those. So maybe I'll have a segment on this. Oh, Leighton Prion is here. Hello. Where was I up to? Somewhere around here. Sometimes you have to start with the actual definition given to make the case to an audience of how it ought to be, clarifying the why it ought to be. Evolutionary says just define egoism in terms of your goal or ends. That means that other people are just a means to it. You can't have any other person as an end, or that will create contradictions. Greg says, while dictionaries are useful and helpful, treating them as the final authority seems to be committing argument from authority instead of evaluating the reference in reality as well, where applicable. Well, if the question at issue is what does the dictionary say, like what is the dictionary definition, then the dictionary is the final authority. So if Rand had just said the proper definition of selfish is such and such, and she hadn't specifically, explicitly said the dictionary definition, then I think you could more plausibly disregard what dictionary said. But if the whole point is, and she says herself, the dictionary definition is such and such, well, to validate that, you have to look at dictionaries. And that's not an appeal to authority. That's just the relevant thing to look at when the question is, what is the dictionary definition? Unless you want to interpret it as the proper dictionary definition. But even there's there's some problems given a reasonable interpretation of what a proper dictionary does, which is capture common usage. I mean, there can be, well, yeah, I'll just leave it at that for now. Definitions, according to ITOE, ought to capture the essence. If a dictionary caters to the colloquial, they are not taken into consideration advances in conceptualization. But I think part of the essence of how people use the term is what dictionaries typically capture in their definitions of selfish. Like you might think the dictionary is leaving out the essence if it only has concern with one's own interests. Because essential to how people typically use the term is some kind of disregard for others. That's part of the meaning, an essential part of the meaning. Now, you might think there's something wrong with the way people with conventional usage of selfishness, um, and that the dictionary reflects that problem by offering this package deal sort of definition. But maybe the dictionary has a definition of ghost, right? Even if there aren't any ghosts. Um, so you might think that there are invalid concepts, and Ayn Rand talks about invalid concepts. But if the dictionary is going to have definitions of invalid concepts or package deal concepts, then I think it makes sense to reflect that. And in the case of selfishness, if you think it's a package deal and therefore an invalid concept to have something like concern with one's own interests without regard for others, um, Okay, you can say that that's there's something wrong there, but um, shouldn't the dictionary reflect that wrongness and have some kind of package deal definition? Because it's a package deal in people's minds. And so if the dictionary is going to capture how people understand it, then reflect that mistake in people's thinking. And you can still go on and say, all right, well, let's reconceive this. Let's think of it in another way, or let's come up with another term. But shouldn't there at least be some definition, a package deal sort of definition, given the function of dictionaries? And to leave out the package deal would fail to capture something essential in the meaning of the term. I see somebody tried to call in a minute or two ago and then hung up because I don't see the person anymore in the waiting room. Maybe the person gave up. I didn't recognize the name. It looked like a new name, unless it was that Jefferson person. Maybe Jefferson was part of the name. I'm not sure, but there was someone in my chat who had Jefferson as part of his name. So I don't know if it was that person or someone else. But you can let me know if you want to call in. Let me know in the YouTube chat, or you can just call in. But I might want to screen you a little bit if I have no idea who you are. The whole point is that egoism does say you can pursue your happiness at the expense of others at certain times. Well, at least on the conventional understanding of egoism. Egoism, I think, is a little, at least a little bit less, got this flavor of doing things at the expense of others than is the case with selfishness. So I think I would guess you're more likely to find definitions of egoism that sound like what Rand gives, concern with one's own interests. More likely to find that with egoism than you are with selfishness. Maybe just for the record, I should put in Rand's definition here. Well, I'll put it in quotes. The exact meaning and dictionary definition of selfishness is concern with one's own interests. Did I get that right? Let me just double check on my Kindle. Oh, I see someone called in again. Maybe that's the same person who was trying to call before. The name you have there is just Jay, so I don't know who that is. Can you identify yourself in the YouTube chat? Say something in the YouTube chat, like if you're the one who's trying to call in on Zoom, tell me it's you. The exact meaning and dictionary definition of the word selfishness is, so selfishness is in quotes, and concern with one's own interests is in italics. I think those are the only differences between what she gives here and what I wrote in the chat. So let me put selfishness in quotes. No, I didn't block you, McGowan Mac. I saw you asked if I blocked you. No. And then instead of italics, I'll just put a underscore here. Okay, now I think I got it exactly right. And I'll put these internal quotes because I have the whole thing in quotes. I'll put these as single quotes. Okay, now I think I have it exactly right. The exact meaning and dictionary definition of selfishness is concern with one's own interests. And this part is italicized, but I can't do that. So I'll just put these sort of like an underline, another way of italicizing it. And I'll say that's from Ayn Rand's, whoops, her introduction to the virtue of selfishness. Oops. I'll give the subtitle too, A New Concept of Egoism. Okay. Just to get that on record in the chat, you say your messages aren't going through? I can see your messages. I don't know why you say that. Are you trying to send links or something? You can't post links, but I see your regular text messages. Jay, you say you're the one who called in? Okay, but I don't know anything about you, Jury. Let me go to your channel. See what I can find there. Whoops. Okay, I see a few videos. All right. Well, I haven't seen you here before. Oh, wait. Why is it showing me? Hold on a second. Okay. What do you want to talk about? Jay or Jury? Can you let me know in the YouTube chat? Just a lurker. You appeared on my recommended. I've read some of Rand and have a few hanging questions, criticisms, specifically about how her morality isn't really morality as I understand it. Also, selfishness often seems wrong at the extremes. All right. Well, I guess I can take your call. And altruism often seems good, you say. All right. Well, do I want to do a screening call? See, there's a couple ways of doing a screening call, but one of them I can't do given the way I've got it set up right now. It would end the stream. Um, maybe I should just take a chance. Okay. All right. I guess I'll let you in the waiting room if you're still there. Let me go back to Zoom. Oh, now you're not in the chat? Oh no, you are there. Okay. So let me make sure I got my Zoom settings correct. Just a moment. And I should switch out my AirPods because the one I'm using is getting low on battery. Let me just do that. Steven hasn't called in. I thought maybe Steve was going to call in so I could hear his voice. Make sure he's not the same person I blocked. All right, let me do a quick test on my audio. Okay, that's working. Okay, I just emitted Jay, and I'm going to have to ask him to unmute. Or Juri, the person who shows up as Juri in the chat. So let me ask you to unmute, and then I should be able to hear you.
Hello,
Hello?
can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Awesome. Uh, yeah, so hello. I haven't seen any of your videos at all ever before. I think I saw you in a Discord before though. Were you ever in the Destiny DGG Discord? I think I saw you there some
Yeah,
time
yeah, I've
ago.
been in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's why I recognize you. But I haven't seen any of your stuff or anything until you appeared on the recommendation. And
Okay.
I don't know if you want to. Should I just like talk about my views, or I don't know if you have any questions or
Maybe just I'm curious a little about the Destiny. I don't know if we did we ever have any interaction on Destiny's Discord?
no, we didn't.
Okay, because I haven't been on there recently, but I used to go on there fairly often and have conversations with people. So I was just curious if we ever interacted. But I guess you just saw some of my interactions with other people there, maybe.
Yeah, I think actually it must have been I looked up Ayn Rand on there, and then you showed up just because I was curious if other people were talking about her. So
Okay. Okay. Well, That's good background to know. So yeah, I'm happy to talk about whatever you're interested in. You mentioned a few topics in the chat, so yeah, we can talk about egoism, altruism, or however you want to get into it.
Okay, sure. So, um, from my experience in talking with objectivists, is that it seems that when I press them on their morality, they tended to say that self-interest or selfishness, egoism, is good because it promotes survival. So we are rational beings, and one of our, I guess, like top goals is survival. We use reason for survival. And if we are not self-interested or if we're not selfish, then our existence is either going to be bad or it's going to end. And if we do not care about survival, then we're being irrational. So we should be rational, we should be self-interested. But it always seemed to me that if that sketch is correct, uh, then it seems to me that self-interest or selfishness is not that's not morality. Because the question about morality isn't what is what is it smart for me to do? What is it rational for me to do given certain goals I might have? But morality is about which goals I should have. Um, like if yeah, if I have the goal to survive, then sure, I should, but it wouldn't be a sort of categorical should. I should be self-interested to some extent on some margin. So what are your thoughts about that?
Well, I do think it's right that there aren't categorical shoulds. At least that's what Ayn Rand says. And I mentioned that earlier in today's live stream. I don't know if you were here that early, but maybe in the first 1 or 2 hours, I'm in like hour five now or something, hour six. I talked about how on Rand's view, there are only hypothetical imperatives. So if you want such and such, then you should do such and such. Like if you want to survive, then you should eat food, then you should be honest. All these virtues I have on my background here, like then you should be independent, then you should have integrity, etc. Um, but there aren't any categorical imperatives saying that you should do such and such, just full stop. They're all hypothetical. I think this can be a tricky issue though, and I don't know that I have like a fully worked out understanding of it, but at least on one level, I know that Ayn Rand says uh, she would agree there are no categorical imperatives, there are only hypothetical. So, but let me just pause there, and I want to see what direction you want to go with it, and then I'll respond after that.
Okay, no, yeah, so it sounds like I'm good so far. I would just say that if that is the case, then she should basically, and objectivists, if they agree with her, they should just like take away like the word morality out of their vocabulary, right? Because it's like if I talk about something being morally good, um, I'm either saying that the action itself is categorically good, perhaps, or the goal is categorically good. So like utilitarians, you could say that they think that pleasure is categorically good or utility, whatever thing they say. Um, but objectivists seem to be quite passionate in in their ethical statements. It doesn't seem to me that they're just saying that we shouldn't we shouldn't like tax people because it will make certain goals that some people have like not be met, right?
Okay, so the it sounds like maybe you're construing morality to be to rest on the premise that it only deals in categorical imperatives. And so that if someone only advocates for hypothetical imperatives, then it's not really morality. And Rand shouldn't say, I support a certain kind of morality, like an egoist morality, since she rejects the idea that there are any categorical imperatives. Is that your understanding of morality? It only deals with
Ye-
categorical imperatives.
Yeah, I would say so. I guess it's sort of an ordinary language argument, I suppose. But yeah, typically when people talk about morality, they're not talking about the accomplishment of goals.
Okay. Well, ordinary language, maybe we can get into that some, but the way Ayn Rand defines morality in one place is something like a code of values to guide choices and actions. And that seems like a pretty, I don't know if I would say ordinary language or common sense definition, but it doesn't seem too proprietary, like too specific to her. It seems like a sort of view of morality which a lot of people might be able to sign on to. Um, like I, what do you think about that definition of morality? A code of values to guide man's choices and actions. Does that seem reasonable?
Um, well, uh, if that were merely the definition, then it would definitely share characteristics of, quote, ordinary language morality, right? I would say that that is missing something something special, we could say, that the maybe more classical use of morality typically has.
I just shared on my screen. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
Um, she says, "What is morality or ethics? It is a code of values to guide man's choices and actions. The choices and actions that determine the purpose and the course of his life. Ethics as a science deals with discovering and defining such a code." So, you were saying that maybe this does reflect ordinary usage, but it leaves out something important. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And what in the thing that you think it leaves out that's important is this idea of categorical imperatives?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, when um I guess if we're having a moral conversation, so she says it is a code of values to guide man's choices, the question would be why these particular values? And then she would say because it helps man survive. And then the question would be, why should man survive? And it sounds like the only answer Rand or objectivists could give is because we want to survive or because we have the goal to survive. So at that point, that wouldn't be a type of objective morality that is typically appealed to or sought after when we talk about morality.
So it sounds like you're raising the issue of the primary choice. So the there's a and this also came up earlier in this stream. How do you bridge the is ought gap that Hume
Sure.
talks about? And I was saying earlier today that I think maybe part of the way you bridge it is by making a choice. Now, there are fundamental choices like should I eat hamburgers or a salad for dinner, but there's a more fundamental choice like should I eat anything? Or should I just let myself starve to death? And she says that the primary choice on which all other choices depends is the choice to live or not. That's our fundamental choice. And if you go a certain way on that choice, if you do choose to live, then a bunch of things follow. Her whole ethics follows. She argues like you should have these virtues of independence, integrity, honesty, justice, productiveness, etc. But the primary choice itself to live is a pre-moral choice, or at least that's how some commentators on Rand have described it. It's a pre-moral choice, and it's not itself subject to moral evaluation. So, but I think that's to say it's a primary choice is not to say it's an arbitrary choice, or at least that's what objectivist philosophers have argued. Many people will say, okay, yeah, I'll grant that Rand is right, that if I choose to live or if I choose to survive, then I have to follow all these objectivist virtues like honesty and integrity and so forth. But why should I choose to live or survive? What about that primary choice? It seems like that's what you're focusing on. And what justifies that? Is that kind of where you're going with this conversation?
That's one way that you could frame it for sure. It's like why should I do anything? Um yeah, it's like what go at that point we're having the question of what goals should I have?
Yeah. So I now this is an area where which I think can get kind of tricky when you really get into it, and I don't claim to have a fully clear understanding of myself. So I just want to put that little qualifier out here, disclaimer, but I can try to say some things about it. So one thing is that you might think it's sort of choice which doesn't require a justification. So it's no criticism of it or no valid criticism to say it doesn't have a justification because it's not the sort of um, choice that needs or requires a justification. Otherwise, you might think there's an infinite regress, and that's a impossibility that there can't just be an infinite regress of justifications. We have to start somewhere, and uh, where else could you start but with existence or reality, which is another perspective on what she means by life. Like the choice to live is, you could also think of that as the choice to remain in the realm of reality. Because if you die, you no longer exist. You're no longer part of reality. Maybe your chemical elements still exist, but you as a living being no longer exist. You're disintegrating. You're going to decay. So, do we need a justification or a basis for choosing to exist or to remain in the realm of reality? Or where could you possibly get such a justification? Do you have to go outside of the realm of existence in order to get justification or find justification to exist? But there is no outside of existence. Existence exists, and that's all that exists. That's her most fundamental axiom. Existence exists. There is no non-existence. There is no other realm. So you might think that when you're dealing at this level of the most fundamental choice we face, that it doesn't make sense to look for some justification other than existence itself for your choice to exist. So I don't know that that was clear, but in any case, let me just pause there and see if you want to say anything at this point.
Right. So tricky because here I'm split between like two paths. Number one would be uh if we're just talking pure philosophy, um that if you claim that living life, let's say, because right now we're reducing living life as a choice. Like let's say we reduce it as a choice, and then we say that we don't have to justify it. It's just there. We just don't have to. One issue there is that you might be avoiding the infinite regress, but um, you would be falling under the issue of dogmatism, right? So at that point, you're saying, correct, I don't have a reason to live, but I'm going to do it anyway because, hey, might as well, if I can't make sense of the question, of like living or not living, so whatever. Screw justification. It stops there and I'll just do it. The issue is that um, you could justify anything in that with that. You could justify, and many people do, belief in God. I can't remember the argument that people give, but they say that God is what doesn't need justification, and God allows for everything else to fall into place. Um, that would be just an example. So if you believe that you don't need justification for that, well, then um, how can you argue against somebody else who uses the same justification for a different set of claims? I'm not sure you could. But the second part where I'm pulled at is like sort of realistically how I live my life. Like, yeah, I don't walk around every day like asking, uh, do I need justification for this or that? It just seems to like pragmatically speaking, in real life, it doesn't seem to be an issue. So there's that element too. But if we're just talking in pure philosophy, I feel like you have the issue of disagreement.
Okay. I'm not sure I understood that second one, but I think I had a better grip on the first one, the issue of dogmatism and the parallel with like a religious person. So maybe we should go down that road and at least first, maybe we can come back to the other.
Okay.
And let me try to get more clear. Like I said, I was more clear on that one than the other point you raised, but I'm still not clear enough that I can feel like I'm ready to comment on it. So you're saying, well, if you take this view that there's no need of a justification, then people could say all kinds of wild things. And maybe someone will say, well, I believe in God. I don't have any justification, but I don't need a justification for that. So why shouldn't we all be theists? And you're an atheist. You, Dan, are an atheist. Ayn Rand is an atheist. And your position, your atheist position is no better than my theist position, um, because uh, you're okay with just accepting things without justification, and this is something I accept without justification. Is that sort of along the lines of what you're suggesting?
Yeah, basically, it's like the you are you claim that you don't need justification for this, so you don't have a justification to believe it, but that allows there is a separate set of claims that disagrees with yours that can use that same like operation, that same lack of justification. So like epistemically, they are basically equal. They're equivalent.
Okay. So one thought I have in reply to that is I think the thing that the justification is not present for is maybe different in the two cases. So uh, one sort of justification would be like a justification for believing something. So believing that there's a God. I do think you need a justification for that. It has to either be self-evidence or something you can infer from things that are self-evidence. So ultimately, I think we know things based on sense experience. So we just directly perceive the world. There are certain things that are self-evidence. It's self-evident to me that there is a table in front of me. I have my laptop sitting on a table and I can see the table. And I don't have to infer the existence of the table. I just directly perceive it. Whereas something like if I hear a knock at my door, well, I don't see anyone out there, but I infer that there's a person there. So I would say, yeah, there's a person outside my door if I hear a knock, but that's not something that's self-evident. It's something that I infer from other things that are self-evident, like the fact that I heard a knock at the door. So when it comes to justifying a belief, I think that what you believe either has to be based on something that's self-evident or that you can infer from something that's self-evident. But when I was talking about the choice to live, I wasn't talking about a belief there that needs to be justified, and I wasn't saying what's missing is, or what you don't need is a justification for some kind of belief. It was rather you don't need a justification for a kind of action. So that's at least my first attempt at drawing a dissimilarity between these two sorts of cases, such that you might want to say, well, just because I said no justification is needed in this one sort of case, therefore it's not needed in any sort of case. I think in the case of beliefs, you always need some kind of justification, either self-evident or inference from the self-evident. But if we're talking about justifying an action or a choice, like the choice to live, then it's not clear to me that you do need a justification. And maybe I'm wrong about that, but at least that's where I am right now in the way I think about these two sorts of cases that you're raising.
Mm. Uh, yeah, I would probably agree that so like a bug acts and they obviously they don't justify themselves. So I think action, behavior or action and justification, I don't think have to go together. Um, I would say though that I thought that so earlier on I was asking like why should you do this? Because it helps me survive. And then the question is like, why should I care about survival, right? So the objectivist claims that survival is good, right? So that is the belief that I am challenging, right? And like the wall that you hit. Why should survival be the goal? Why should living, I guess, if you want to call survival living, that might be controversial, but yeah.
Okay. I'm just taking some notes here. So, um, I think one thing you said is that survival is good, and that objectivists claim survival is good. And I don't know that that is right, or at least that I would claim that. Uh, Maybe in a certain context, I would say something like that, but um, I'm not sure without giving it more context whether that's something I would say. Like the choice to, if what that means is the choice to survive is good. Um, because as I was saying, I think this fundamental choice, whether to survive or not, or live or not, you can put it in different ways, is a pre-moral choice. And if I were to say something like survival is good, that would imply a standard of goodness. Like, by what standard is
Right.
survival good? And if I said something like, well, by the standard of survival, then am I going in a circle there? Um, maybe I am, and if so, that would be an illegitimate sort of answer. Like, is something good by its by the standard of itself? I'm not sure that's coherent. I mean, once you have accepted life or survival as a standard, you can say other things are good or bad by reference to that standard. But if we're talking about life or survival itself, then it's not clear to me that there is a standard by which you could say that it's good. I mean, wouldn't the standard have to be something other than life or survival? And I don't think there is some other standard. I mean, maybe you could make up some arbitrary standard, like by this. Let's say our standard is eating bananas. I don't know how you would come up with that, but if your standard is that the good is that which promotes the eating of bananas, well, to eat bananas, you have to survive. So maybe by that standard, survival, we could say survival is good, because it's a means to eating bananas, and starving yourself is bad. But why would you hold that standard to begin with? It seems kind of arbitrary.
Hmm.
Now,
Well,
Rand says that if you are going to have a standard, survival is the only one that makes sense, and maybe we could get into that some more and try to unpack why that is, why it's not an arbitrary standard. I don't know that I can give a great explanation, but I think that's at least what she would say, like as opposed to some standard like eating bananas is our standard of the good. Um, if you have life as your standard, that's a standard that makes sense and that is not arbitrary because life is what gives rise to values. There's a whole part of her argument that talks about where values come from in the first place. Hey, just before we go on, I'm curious. You said you had read some of Rand's. Was that right?
yeah. Yeah, I read
Okay, so
The
yeah,
Fountainhead.
The Fountainhead. Okay, there's an article she wrote called "The Objectivist Ethics," which is in the book "The Virtue of Selfishness." It's also available free online, and that's maybe the best source to understand her ideas on ethics and values and where morality comes from. So I would definitely recommend that if you want to learn more about her ideas. But I'm happy to continue here. So let me pause there and throw it back to you. See what you want to say.
Sure. So, okay, if we if we stick to it being a hypothet about Rand and objectivists caring about hypothetical imperatives, um, in a sense, I don't have a problem. The only problem then I would have is that that just doesn't sound like morality to me, but we can skip that. Um, the one thing would be that, okay, so if selfishness is kind of like the dominant strategy, if we think of like game theory or something, if you want to like improve your life or and have a good time, being an egoist just automatically solves all your, or it puts you on the path to solving all your problems and making your life better and so on and completing all your goals. Um, Shoot, what was I gonna say? Um, oh yeah. So the issue there, I think, is that it seems to me that objectivists will say something like taxation is bad, right? Taxation is theft, unless we're doing it for a police force and to protect rights and everything like that. That stuff's okay. Minarchism is okay. But anything above that, and that's bad. The issue, though, is that if we are taking a sort of goals-based hypothetical imperative route, um, if somebody can get away with being like a bad selfish person, there I am using moral language. Let's say a selfish in terms of like affecting other people's property rights. Let's say they're being parasitic or something. Uh, it seems that if we take the hypothetical imperative route, that that stuff is defensible. That there's not really any reason why there's something wrong in the dictator, for example. Um, Dictator. What's the word when you like misuse when you abuse other people or whatever? What's the mark
Oppress,
oppress? The Marxists say that capitalists are blank on the
exploit,
people.
exploiters.
Exploiters. Yeah, yeah. Like the tyrant exploiting his people. Uh, it seems like he is, being quite a good egoist, even in the Randian terms, right? Because he has certain goals and everything. Obviously, if I'm one of the little guys, then yeah, not good for me. But yeah, so basically, if we take Rand's reasoning, then it seems like things that she often says are bad can actually be construed as good. And in the quote regular morality or classical ordinary language morality, you don't really have that problem because it says these things are good, these things are bad, and so on. So,
Okay. Yeah, that's good material to get into. So I think, yeah, it is very common for people to make this sort of uh, objection or raise this sort of worry about Rand's view. Well, if you say egoism is good, then What if someone thinks he's going to be best off? It's good for him to be a dictator and exploit others. Then do we have to worry about dictators now? Well, we can make up any kind of hypothetical we want. And I got into this some in the last live stream. You might be interested to check that out. But if we can just make these arbitrary stipulations, like what if, this is an example I gave in the last live stream, what if eating, it's good for you to eat 500 hot dogs every hour of every day? Well, then should you do it? Well, yeah, I guess so. If you're an egoist and we just stipulate that it's good for you to eat 500 hot dogs per hour, then yeah, it would be egoistic. And now you're putting something else in the hypothetical, the antecedent of the hypothetical. If it's good for you to be a dictator, then should you do it? Oh yeah, you should do that. If it's good for you to be a rapist and a robber and a murderer, should you do it? Well, yeah, you should do that. But the whole issue that is going to come down to, is it in fact, not just as a wild hypothetical, is it in fact the case that these various things are going to be best for yourself? And Rand argues, no, these sorts of actions are not good for yourself. And I don't think one should give up on egoism and reject it because some people have wild ideas, or maybe you think they're not wild, and that's something we could talk about. Like, do you think it's actually in someone's interest? Do you think it's in your interest? Would you be a robber, a rapist, a murderer if you could? Do you think that's in your self-interest, or is that something that you would have to be a psychopath to think is in your self-interest? The issue of psychopaths often comes up in my discussions. So we could talk about that, like what is actually in your self-interest. But I'm not going to argue against the idea that if such and such, whatever you want to fill in the blank with, is in your self-interest, then you should do it. I'd say, okay, but we might have a disagreement on whether such and such is actually in your self-interest.
Right. Well, I think the sort of intuition I'm trying to pull at is right. So if I go and like kill my neighbor, obviously that'll end up bad for me, right? But what about um let's say very subtly but effectively manipulating my neighbor to give who's like old and decrepit, right? To give me $500. I'm lying to them and saying that if you don't give me these $500, then something bad is going to happen or something. They're kind of old, so they don't. I mean, you can make up whatever, example you can where I'm manipulating my neighbor to give me $500. They think that they're doing a good thing, but really I'm just stealing from them. So the point is not so much that it might be good to kill my neighbor, but on certain margins, I should uh, maximize the antisocial behavior, like stealing money from my neighbor, that if in ways that will benefit me and not get me like nobody else is going to figure this out that I'm stealing this money. So it's only a positive for me, right? That seems to Rand see from what we've talked about so far. It seems like Rand would say that that's like actually I'm doing quite a good thing. That's totally in service of all my goals. Nobody is going to figure it out, right? So it's all good. But that seems to go against an intuition that we have that stealing from your old and decrepit neighbor, lying to them under a false pretense and everything is a bad thing, right?
Okay. So I do think it's a bad thing, but I would also want to add in some other thoughts here for consideration. So you say it's no one will know, but actually at least one person will know, and that's yourself. And I think that's the most important person here to consider. Your reputation with yourself, I think, is the most important thing that factors into your well-being. So even if everyone else thinks you're a monster, but you know you're a good person, then I would say, well, it's better to have a positive view of yourself and not think you're a swine and scum, than for you to think that of yourself and have everyone else think you're a great person. So I think for your own happiness and your own self-esteem, self-esteem is not how others see you. That would be other esteem. I think you get self-esteem and happiness from having a positive view of yourself, regardless of how other people view you. Now, I mean, it's good if other people's view aligns with yours and that your view of yourself is good independently. Um, but most important, I think, I guess if you had to choose between um, there being some kind of mismatch, I think it would be better to be good in your own eyes and have others see you as bad than to be bad in your own eyes and have others see you as good. So that
Hmm.
would be one response. And if you don't have a good view of yourself, I think any praise that you get from others is going to be empty and hollow. You're going to know that you don't really deserve it. You're going to feel like, you're undeserving. So I don't think it's really going to be a source of satisfaction unless it coheres with your view of yourself. If you view yourself positively and then others praise you, I think you can appreciate it, and derive some kind of genuine value from it, a kind of visibility. Um, but so that's one point I would make in response to this. It doesn't matter if you don't get caught, others don't find you out. You still know in your own mind what you've done, and I think that has a big impact, the most important impact on your happiness and well-being.
Hmm. So my response to that would be if you hold that, it's sort of, and this would be provocative, obviously, because you like Rand, so maybe I shouldn't be so mean, but it's like that kind of that to me that sort of seems like the worst case scenario for a moral philosophy. Here's the reason. Here's why I say this. Um, So let's say I have the choice between two different like moral philosophies. Uh, Supposedly, if I should choose one over the other because that one is going to make me a better person, I would say. But from what you're saying, it seems like I could posit any action I do as being like good for my self-esteem or good for my self-interest, even though it's like normally seen as sacrificial, right? So it's sort of there's a tension of becoming just like a trivial claim, right? So let's say I'm a soldier, I'm with a buddy, a comrade, whatever, and a grenade is on the floor. I jump on the grenade, right? And I kill myself to save my friend, right? It's like, well, you could say, okay, sure, that might seem like you're being self-sacrificial, but really you're not because you have certain values. Da 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 da. Jump on the grenade. You're maximizing. You're being selfish. Um, so there's that issue that if we take your view, I can still like jump on the grenade and like no change to my behavior, right? But the issue then is that with other people, let's say other people have different preferences. Let's say like al-Assad from like Syria, the dictator now in Russia. Um, he probably has a different brain than mine, right? He probably enjoyed having all his power and exploiting his people, right? Now, with what you're saying, al-Assad, what he's doing isn't actually exactly bad, right? Because in his case, his brain works in such a way that he doesn't feel any remorse, right? He is purely being an egoist there. So, yeah, again, this is provocative, but I could say that objectivism kind of seems like the worst option. Why? Because it doesn't let me do the bad thing without guilt, right? But if there is another person who does the bad thing without guilt, then they're good. Do you see what I'm saying?
I think I do. Yeah. So there is a couple thoughts here. Which one to start with? I don't think it's in your interest to be a dictator. So if we're assuming for the sake of this discussion that you're bringing up Assad as an example of a dictator, maybe a brutal dictator, I don't think it's in one's interest to be that. For one, people have a incentive to assassinate you. I mean, because other people don't like to be on the under the thumb of a brutal dictator. So you always have to worry about the prospect of assassination. And many dictators and authoritarians in history have been assassinated by some strong man, and then that strong man tries to be a dictator in his turn, and then he gets assassinated, and then you have this cycle of assassinations and next person rising to power. So I think by having that kind of life, you put yourself at odds with other people in a way that's not self-interested. I think it's also not good for friendship. I mean, can you sincerely believe anyone is your true friend as opposed to someone who's just trying to flatter you, get on your good side in order to not be murdered or brutalized by you or to get some kind of special favor from you? You have to worry about that. Now we can set normal people aside and say, okay, well, what if someone is a psychopath and he gets pleasure, some kind of pleasure and happiness from brutalizing others, and that's his only way to experience happiness? Then should that person pursue a life as a dictator? And I would say yes, sure. But I would put that in the category of bizarre hypotheticals, not in the category of actual reality that we deal with and how normal people's psychology is. So I don't think that I'm endorsing everyone to pursue a life as some tyrants or brutes by saying that. Um, so that's at least a response to some of what you said.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
So I wouldn't say that. Just to one other point, I wouldn't say that Assad enjoyed his power. I think you said that at one point. I don't think any dictator really enjoys life. I think you can get a sick, twisted kind of pleasure from being cruel to other people or to other animals, but I don't think you experience a profound joy in life or happiness. If I tell a joke at somebody's expense, I might get some little momentary rush of pleasure, but I think later I'm going to feel guilt, and it's going to have some, and I'm not going to, that person's not going to want to be my friend, and I'm going to sever some consequences in the long term, even if I do get some kind of momentary satisfaction. And I think dictators, they can get some momentary out of context kind of pleasure, but I think they also experience a lot of negative effects, like the worry that they're going to be assassinated and they can't trust anyone around them because they're dealing with flatterers or sycophants. They can't have authentic relations. So I think there's a lot of negatives that come along with any sorts of positive feelings they get. So I wouldn't say someone like Assad, if we're assuming he's a brutal dictator, enjoyed his life. Maybe he got some kind of enjoyment, but if so, I think he probably also had a lot of negative experiences that went along with that.
sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fair. He did, he did get the whole revolution over. He's exiled in Russia, so it's like, yeah, fair. I would say I feel like the tension is there though, if such a person, and I mean, um, I don't think that something like a psychopath, obviously that's a real phenomenon. Psychopaths get in power, the whole thing. It does happen. So there is a part of the population that's that way. There seems to be, at least for me, let's say temptation to want to say that what they're doing is bad, even if they liked it, even if they are, living their truth or whatever. It seems right to say that what they are doing is bad and that they shouldn't do that. And I think, also if we talk about, you said that they are abnormal, right? They're not like normal people. It's like I think that's indicative of that's a moral category almost. Not exactly, but I feel like you there's something there. But yeah,
Okay. So with psychopaths, I'm not sure who exactly should go in that category. Like I wouldn't necessarily put dictators in that category. I also don't know like to what extent you can shift categories. Like maybe some people who are psychopaths didn't start out that way, but they became that way over time. Maybe they corrupted themselves psychologically by making bad choices year after year after year, and then eventually they became so bad that we would now call them a psychopath. But I don't know who might be. Saddam Hussein is a dictator who comes to mind, or the Joseph Stalin,
right.
um, Adolf Hitler. So were these people psychopaths to begin with? I don't think, or at least I mean I haven't read their biographies, but I don't have the belief right now that they started out as monsters when they were children. I think people generally they're neutral. They start life neutral. They're not good or bad. They have the potential to be either one of those, and depending on the choices they make in their lives, they build a character that is either good or bad. It might be mixed, and it could be a mix of both good and bad elements. And maybe you can make yourself so bad that you're now no longer in control. And I don't know how we want to define a psychopath. Like, but anyways, you were saying that's like it seems right to say that a dictator or a psychopath is doing something that's bad, even if they are, quote, living their truth. Um, so I was just thinking, well, someone like Saddam Hussein, would I say, who's tortured people and murdered innocent people, at least this is what I've heard about him. Assuming that's the case, would I say he's not bad because he's a psychopath living his truth and doing what's best for him? I'm not sure I would say that. Like, I think maybe the best thing for him to do is to commit suicide if he's murdered people, because I think if you kill someone else, you lose the right to live yourself. And the just thing to do, the most moral thing to do, is to recognize the wrongness of that and compensate to the extent you can compensate. You can't really fully compensate, but to the extent you can by ending your own life. And I think it was within his power to do that. And I guess he would have maybe been better off or less worse off than if he just had continued going on living and killing more people. So I wouldn't say like a brutal dictator is doing what's best for themselves. I think they could be living in a way that's better for themselves, but maybe not living much longer because the best thing to do for themselves is to just end their own lives. I think that's probably within their power.
I would say that them killing themselves would be the best for everybody else, right? But probably the worst thing they could do for themselves, right?
Well, I don't know that like sometimes suicide, I think, well, actually maybe there is, I just thought maybe there is a better option for the dictator. Maybe that's to keep himself alive, but not as a dictator. Maybe to endure some kind of suffering, some kind of torture that he's subjected everyone else to. You might think it's not fair that he's able to get off so easily as to just kill himself like Hitler did in his bunker. Maybe it would be more just for him to undergo years, decades of torture, given how much suffering he caused to other people. And maybe that's the best thing for himself to do,
Yeah.
because it would put his soul in a more just state.
Well,
Um,
now
yeah,
that I think
go ahead.
about it, I think you're right. Well, the best thing for him would be after he expressed his desires, assuming that they were there. Uh, of like killing and torturing people, for him to say something like, "Okay, everyone, I'm sorry. I take it all back. I'm gonna be a good person now." And then everybody else around them would be like, "We accept you, Saddam Hussein. Like, we're sorry, or not we're sorry, but like we forgive you. It's okay." And then like the world takes them with open arms. That would be probably the very, very, very best. But it seems like that would rub up against our moral intuitions that it's like fairness. That seems to be unfair. There's some form of retribution needs to happen, but I don't think that you could appeal to those things under a Randian framework, unless you were to just say that desires for or intuitions of fairness are just the desires of people. Maybe you could get out of it that way, but yeah.
Okay. Um, let me just take a quick look at the chat and see what's going on there, and then I'm going to come back to you. Looks like there hasn't been too much more new stuff come in since we started talking, and but that's okay. Let me also go to my analytics page.
I feel like
All
we
right, we
kind
got
of
some.
we kind of reached the end too, so I don't know if I have uh anything. Ooh, there was one question I have, but I could ask that after. It's an
Okay, yeah.
annoying
Let
question.
me let me think if I have anything to say in reply to the last segment. Oh, right. You said maybe better than Saddam undergoing torture for his sins is for him to reform himself and for people to recognize he's reformed himself, and then I guess he doesn't have to undergo torture then. But I think there are some sins, if we're going to use that term, some offenses a person can commit, like murder, which are just so heinous that there's no way for a person to reform. There's no better option than just ending that person's life, or at least, if not ending it, then making them undergo some kind of punishment or torture. I don't think it would be better, but then you are for the person to survive and live a normal life thereafter. And I was thinking, well, why? Can I elaborate on that? And can I make that consistent with egoism? Because it sounded like you were saying you thought it might be hard to reconcile this view of you should punish this person or execute this person like Saddam,
Yeah.
how to reconcile that with egoism. And I'm not sure why that is, but one reason why you might think it is egoistic to kill the person is at least partly because it's a deterrent to other tyrants if they see that they are going to be executed or tortured, then they're less likely to, and that's good for me. If there are fewer tyrants out there, there's going to be less copycats, fewer copycats, if they see how severe the punishment is going to be, as it compared to, okay, well, I just slaughtered millions of people, and now I'm just living a normal life and going out to dinner and watching TV, and I can just go on. I mean, is that going to be much of a deterrent to other would-be tyrants? I don't think it is. So if I'm an egoist and I want to live in a society of freedom and not be subject to tyrants, then it's in my interest for those sorts of people to face very harsh punishment.
Do you think it would still be good to kill Saddam Hussein, even if like it didn't deter anything? Like, let's say it just had it was neutral, like no change. I feel like it would still be good to probably kill him, right? Because of retribution, etc.
I don't know about that. If we stipulate, I mean, this is another case where we can stipulate all kinds of wild hypotheticals that aren't necessarily true. But if we're stipulating that it has no deterrent effects, then I'm not sure I would still say it's good to kill him. Yeah, I don't know that I would say that. Why would I would want to know, okay, why now? Is it just that for some reason he deserves in the name of justice. But I think of justice as an egoistic thing, which maybe is not how it's conventionally thought of. But I think it's in one's interest to face justice. But that involves the consequences, like by giving criminals justice, by putting them in jail, or maybe giving them the death penalty. I think it has good consequences for other people. They're no longer subject to the criminals, and it deters other future would-be criminals. So the consequences are still involved, I think, in the way I think of the value of justice. So I'm not sure that I would see value in just giving the guy justice, so-called justice, if we're stipulating that there are no consequences, either by stopping him from doing future crimes or deterring others from future crimes. Yeah. At least right now, I'm not sure I would think it's good to still punish him if we stipulate there aren't going to be good consequences from doing that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
as a matter
fair.
of fact, leaving the hypothetical world, I do think, as a matter of fact, there are good consequences from punishing criminals.
Right, yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, for sure.
Anything else you were interested in chatting? You said there was one other question.
Yeah,
I
they
don't want to mess up your train of thought there. I don't know if you're in
no,
the
no,
middle of
that
think.
was basically and this last one, I mean, this one's really I don't expect you to have an answer for it. I mean, it's kind of stupid actually, but still it might have something there. So you could say let's take like Stalin, right? He's doing bad things. Let's say that it's all according to his interest because how his goals are or whatever. However, I think like Stalin died when he was like what, like 64, something like that, and he was probably assassinated. You could always say it's like a critic of objectivism or egoism might say, uh, you could defend Stalin. Well, it's like, but then you could say, aha, Stalin died because he was assassinated. So was it really his self-interest? Then you can have the question of what is the time scale for self-interest, right? Like we're all gonna die. Uh, it's all gonna end for us somehow, right? So there is this question of what is the time discounting, right? Like when does something become you could sort of always post hoc rationalize what is like in your self-interest and what isn't. So you kind of have an interpretive difficulty there. But if you propose that your morality is a type of objective morality, I guess you don't, so ignore what I'm about to say, but like you should have an answer for that if you think about an objective morality, but it seems to be very difficult to delineate when like the time skills that matter. I guess you could solve the problem by just saying the time skills that matter are the time skills that matter for you. So I guess you can just solve it that way, but it's an interesting issue. The utilitarians have this problem too of time discounting. So
Okay, some thoughts on that. One, Stalin. Uh, I think he actually did not die by suicide. What I've heard, and I was just looking
assassination.
on Wiki. Sorry, yeah, I don't think he d died by either suicide or assassination. I don't know. I'm clicking on the Wikipedia article about his death. What I heard is he was found dead in his apartment, like, and he had some kind of issue and some medical issue, and if someone was there to attend him, like a doctor, then maybe the doctor could have helped him, but everyone was so terrified of interrupting him, maybe because they thought they would be assassinated because they had been given instructions or not to interrupt them or something, and so no one did. And then he had some kind of medical issue in his private apartments, and then
Right.
he was found in a pool of his blood or something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but
Yeah, I
oh, he
heard
suffered a stroke. It says he suffered a stroke at age 74.
that was just it was never confirmed, but like a leading hypothesis was that he was assassinated, but that might just be false. Oh well.
Okay. But anyways, I don't know that it matters too much to your main point that you were making. But I did think that this is another peril of being a brutal dictator. If you terrify people so much that they can't help you when you need it because they're keeping their distance, then that's another risk of that sort of life. But I think your more important point you were making was about life scale or time scale of self-interest. What is the time scale that matters? Um, you also said something about objective morality and said that I did not hold an objective morality, but Ayn Rand, the name of her philosophy is Objectivism. So at least the way she understands objectivity, I think she would say she does uphold objective morality, but what she means by objective might be different than the way you're understanding it. I think the term does have different senses, and I think often the way that the term is used, it's not good. There's something flawed or missing about it, and she offers a another understanding of it. I don't know if it's unique to her, but anyways, I don't know that we should go into that, but I think she does uphold an objective morality, at least in some sense of the term objective. And we could talk more about what that is, maybe now or some other time if you're interested. As for the issue of time scale, I think the time scale that matters is the the scale of time relevant to your own life. So what's best for your own life? That's the time scale. Now that can include at least your children, like or your grandchildren, people who you value. So you might care about how the world is after you die. Maybe you want to make the world a better place for your descendants. And I think it can make sense to care about that for people who you know in your own life, like your children and grandchildren, but not like people who are born 10,000 or 10 million years into the future. I don't think it makes sense to take that sort of time scale into account. So, like, if you think there's going to be uh, global warming and it's going to destroy the planets, but it's not going to happen until 10 million years from now. So, does that now justify you um, driving a Tesla or doing whatever sort of so-called green activity now is going to save the planet because people 10 million years from now are going to benefit from it? No, I don't think that makes sense. So I think the time scale that's relevant on an egoist morality is one that primarily involves, or essentially it involves your own life, and that can include people who are of value to you, like your children and grandchildren, not some super distant person you've never met or never will meet.
Yeah, true. Nice. Well, okay, sounds good. Uh, Good talk. I don't really have anything else, unless you wanted to say something.
No, not really. But I do want to say thanks for calling in. I do appreciate that, and partly because it helps save my voice. I've been streaming a while, and I can only talk for so long until I lose my voice. I don't know if I would have been able to go this long if you hadn't called in. But I mean, I enjoyed the conversation as well. So yeah, I definitely appreciate your call, and I invite you to come back anytime, and we can chat some more if you'd like.
Awesome. Yeah, for sure. All right. See you.
All right, take care. Bye bye. All right, that was good. It's been a few shows since I had a call, I think. Glad to have another one. It is now 6:03 p.m. Pacific, so I've been streaming for around 6.5 hours. My record is about 7.5 hours. And having a call with Jay has helped preserve my ability to keep going, as I was just saying. So maybe I'll break the record. I don't know. I'm not particularly trying to break my stream length record, but it at least seems possible now, given how close we are. All right. Anyone saying anything in the chat? Looks like mostly people were just listening. I don't see many new chats. Last ones I see were from over an hour ago. Let me share the chat screen again. Uh, there it is. Yeah, this was back on the topic of the dictionary definition of selfishness, and there's just a few more after that. So here's the person who called in, Jari. Oh, now we got a new person here. What are your thoughts on simulation theory? I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean like virtual reality, wearing virtual reality goggles, or what? Florida Nick says, I'm ready to watch Event Horizon. If someone is abused as a child, does that mean they get to abuse children because they were? I don't think so. If someone was unjust to you, I think you need to, if you want to get justice, you have to get it against the person who was unjust to you, not some other person. So maybe you could take to court the person who abused you, but that's the way to address it, not to abuse some innocent person. It reminded me of the phrase paying it forward, but this is like is this the opposite? Like doing something negative in the forward direction, like keep abusing the next generation and the next and the next, even though they haven't done anything to deserve it. Okay, Janice says it's the theory that the data of the senses are not real but a simulation. How can you know that reality is real and not just a simulation? Okay, that gives me a better idea of what you mean. I have some thoughts on that. It's Caleb M. Who is? Who's Caleb M? You mean Janice? Because right now it's showing me the YouTube script, YouTube at address instead of people's normal names. So maybe you're saying this person's normal screen name is Caleb N. You can let me know what you mean. All right, so senses, simulation, reality. What do I want to say on that? I'm wondering if I need to take a break again after that conversation with Jari or Jay. I got to catch my breath here. At least get a sip of water. One thought that's coming to to mind is the issue of the arbitrary. So I don't know if you've read any objectivist literature before, Janice, but there is an issue of not, there's a distinction between the true, the false, and the arbitrary. It's not the case that all statements are either true or false. There's a third category called the arbitrary, where these are epistemological classifications, meaning there are different statuses a claim could have. So if you make a claim like reality is just a simulation, and well, actually, maybe let me give a different example at first, and then maybe we can come back to the simulation case. Let's say I say that there is life in another galaxy. Now, if I just say that, that's an arbitrary claim because I have no basis for thinking there is life in another galaxy. Maybe there is, but maybe there's not. For all I know, it could be true that there's life in another galaxy, or it could be false. It has to be one or the other. But if I don't know which it is, yet I assert that it is the case that there is life in our galaxy, that would be an arbitrary statement for me to make. Likewise, if I said there's not life in another galaxy, that would also be an arbitrary claim because I don't know whether it's true or false. But if I assert it as true, or if I assert it as false, as something I definitely know to be the case, that's an arbitrary statement. And I'm wondering if that's the proper way to categorize some statement like we live in a matrix, or reality is just a simulation. Is that a baseless, arbitrary claim to make? There's also a question of whether it's even coherent. Like, does it even make sense to say reality is just a simulation? Reality is not real, it's just a simulation. Well, is the simulation real? Something's got to be real. I mean, do you exist to be deluded by the simulation? This reminds me of Descartes' point that I think, therefore I am. That's the one thing he was certain about. He might be deluded about whether he's dreaming or not, but he can't be deluded about whether he exists. But because he has to at least exist in order to be deluded, it's just incoherent to suppose that um, he could not exist yet be deluded. And likewise, you might think, well, to say reality is not real, is that even a coherent thought? Um, how could reality not be real? So reality is fake, but what is it that's fake? Something has to be fake. Well, if there's something, then there's some kind of reality. You could be confused about what the nature of reality is, but I don't think it's coherent to just suppose that reality is unreal or that existence doesn't exist. Um, that everything is, I mean, if you say you could be a solipsist, that's the view that only you exists and no one else exists. They're just, everyone else is just a figment of your imagination. But if that's true, then at least you have to exist, right? For them to be figments in your imagination. So something has to exist. So there has to be some kind of reality, some kind of existence, even if that existence has a different sort of nature than you might have thought it had. Like maybe before you were a solipsist, you thought other people had an independent existence of you. But now that you're a solipsist, you think other people only exists inside your own mind. So your view of the nature of existence has changed, not the fact that there is existence. So if you're questioning existence as such, I don't think that makes sense. But you could coherently question the nature of existence. Now, if you say, okay, I'm not denying that something exists, that there is a reality, that I'm just saying, what if the nature of reality is such that the things we think exist independently of our minds actually don't exist? Everything is just in our minds. Everything is in consciousness, but there's nothing independent of consciousness. Well, I'm not sure that's a coherent view. If you think of consciousness as um, the faculty of perceiving existence, Ayn Rand characterizes it in one place that way. So if you think, yeah, I'm conscious, but I'm just conscious of other stuff, of other consciousness. But what is that other consciousness conscious of? Consciousness is intentional, it has an object. You can't just be conscious, you have to be conscious of something. If you're just conscious of consciousness, okay, well, now what is that consciousness that you're conscious of? Conscious of. So if it's just consciousness all the way down, so to speak, an infinite chain of consciousness, of consciousness, of consciousness, I don't think that makes sense. There has to be something at the bottom of it all to be conscious of, or else you couldn't be conscious. A consciousness conscious only of itself is a contradiction in terms. To identify itself as a consciousness, there has to be first had to be something consciousness was conscious of. I'm trying to quote from memory Ayn Rand's passage. I should just bring it up and share it on the screen. Let me see if I can find that passage. Uh, I'm going to the Ayn Rand lexicon to the entry on existence. Okay, I found it. Share. Okay. So this is a really good website. The courses.aynrand.org/lexicon. You can find topics sorted alphabetically. And then if you click on existence or E, it'll take you to all these topics. And if you click on existence, you can see what Ayn Rand had to say about it, at least a few passages she wrote. So here are some passages. The one I wanted to find is this one here. Existence exists, and the act of grasping that statement implies two corollary axioms. That something exists, which one perceives, and that one exists possessing consciousness. Consciousness being the faculty of perceiving that which exists. If nothing exists, there can be no consciousness. A consciousness with nothing to be conscious of is a contradiction in terms. A consciousness conscious of nothing but itself is a contradiction in terms. Before it could identify itself as consciousness, it had to be conscious of something. If that which you claim to be perceived does not exist, what you possess is not consciousness. And she identifies existence and consciousness as axioms that you cannot escape. I don't know that I understand this 100%, but this is the passage I was trying to remember that I think addresses the sort of issue you were raising about a virtual reality or a matrix, a simulation. Why is a consciousness conscious of nothing but itself a contradiction in terms? I guess this is the explanation. Before it could identify itself as consciousness, it had to be conscious of something, and I guess that means something other than consciousness. It couldn't identify itself as consciousness unless it were conscious of something. I guess that's a way of rewording what she says. Something independent of consciousness. Could you identify yourself as conscious? Could a consciousness identify itself as conscious if it were only conscious of consciousness? I don't think that makes sense. It's like contentless. I think there needs to be an object of consciousness other than consciousness. Because just consciousness by itself is not an object. You can introspect, like you can turn your consciousness on itself, but I think only if there's already some content in there. Like I can reflect on a headache that I'm having. If I were, I'm not having one right now, but I can introspect and see that I am having a headache, but then the headache pre-existed my reflection on it. So there was some content there, or I can reflect on um, what I was thinking about yesterday. But then there again, there's some content there to reflect on, which I got from somewhere. But if you just say consciousness is conscious of itself, but there's no content to reflect on other than consciousness, then consciousness seems like an empty thing. Like it's meaningless. So I think there does have to be something independent of consciousness for consciousness to identify itself as consciousness. I don't know if that any of that was clear or if it just came across as word salad, but um, anyways, I'm going to pause there. Maybe if you hear something multiple times, it'll make more sense. Even if it sounds like word salad at first, if you re-listen to it or listen to it slowly or pause it, it might make more sense. All right. There's also the point Aristotle put forth about dreaming being oh, what is dreaming or the simulation being distinguished from? Yes. I remember that point being made in Opar by Leonard Peikoff. Like to identify something as a dream, like if you think everything is a dream, that doesn't make sense because to identify something as a dream, you first had to contrast it with something that is not a dream, by reference to which you can form the concept of dreaming. I've given the example of a fish in water before. If fish spends its whole life in water, if it does, then um, it's not going to grasp water if everything in its experience is water. But if you take it out of water, now it has a contrast with the air, and it could say, "Oh, now I understand what water is. I've been swimming in it my whole life." If the fish could talk and form concepts, it might say something like this. So if everything is a dream, that's like the fish to whom everything is water. Its entire experience has been water, but then there's no foil or contrast to make it aware of the water that it's in. Likewise, if everything is a dream and you have nothing that's non-dream to contrast with it, you wouldn't have any idea of what a dream is. So the fact that you do have an idea of a dream implies that you've had some exposure to something that's not a dream, by contrast with which you can identify what a dream is. So it's incoherent to suppose everything could be a dream or a simulation, I guess you could say. If you don't know what a non-simulation is, if you'd had no experience of that, you wouldn't be able to form the idea of a simulation. Yeah, I don't recall Aristotle making this point, but maybe he does. I just don't know where. So the sense data are axiomatic. That is, they cannot be proven or disproven because they are the basis of all proof. Yeah, I think that's right. You can't get beneath them, beneath the sense data, and find some more primitive contact you have with reality to prove that the senses are valid. There's no need to prove the validity of their senses, the validity of sense data. And strictly speaking, they're not valid.